Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, October the 16th. LGCB just triggered for me for some reason. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room. And also somebody not maybe somebody can help me out in our YouTube room, letting me know if you can see my screen and hear me also. My 1 minute candles are not. I don't use 1 minute candles, but let's take a look, Monica. I don't use 1 minute candles, but that doesn't mean. So let's see. So you're saying, okay, I'll keep this on 1 minute right here. Lots happening as usual in the pre-market. Prax, Prax. Wow, what a move! What a now I said no. Okay, I'm just looking at my LGCB. There's the 1 minute, and it is still there. And you can see my screen, right? And here's the next one. Maybe do a reset or try another chart. Um, Rather than trying to figure out what's going on, maybe try to do a reset or try another chart and put it on a 1 minute just to see. Maybe start a new chart just to see because it's not happening for me. Prax though, guys. Wow, what a fabulous boy. Imagine holding this one yesterday. Just sleepy, real sleepy company, $55, $55. You wake up and it's 172. 172. And they're soaring on phase three, essential tremor success. Yeah, I know people that have this shaking. Wow. So now, not that I want to short this, but this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah. Hmm. This is probably an all-time high. It is actually, it's interesting. It's not an all-time high. It's a very low float, 20 million in the float. Take a look at it on a monthly chart. This is not an all-time high. Well, back here in May of 2022, it did hit 190. Let's call it 200. Anyway, tremendous move for that one. And on the flip side, boy, I looked at this. I thought, short it, short it, short it. I just didn't do it. Very did a financing. This is a big mover. Back to my daily chart. Big mover last couple of days, actually. Well, not yesterday, but actually, that is yesterday's bar again, or today's bar. Anyway, big mover, but they've done a financing, and the financing is at $5.83. So it is approaching. I looked at this. I said, short it, short it, short it. The other one that was just flying here, and this is an all-time low, a fairly recent IPO, I guess. WHWK. I looked at this at shorting it right here. Also, put it in okay, but look at this, and it popped. A lot of shorts available. 142,000 in Interactive Brokers, all-time, basically a lifetime high. And they had news, multi-year collaboration with Whitehawk. Oh, Tempest AI enters into a multi-year collaboration with Whitehawk Therapeutics. How was Tempest doing? So in that news, Tempest actually jumped a bit. I don't know if it's because of that news, but at any rate, there's Tempest. William, I thought about you, as I always do. Oh, come on, ABHD. Yeah, you were saying that JBHT transport company. That was your sector. You said when you had an honest job, and this popped through the 200-day moving average, and it's an earnings play. JBHT is an earnings play after hours yesterday. And I know you waited on United Airlines. United Airlines really done nothing. The last I looked, yeah, basically flat. Had a big pop after hours. Again, that company released earnings. No, not yet, William. Not yet. Hopefully never, but UAL. Yeah, so it's basically flat right now. United Airlines released earnings after hours yesterday. Popped, got up to 107, down to 101. Anyway, to see what happens when the market opens. This one is funny. I was doing some late work yesterday, and and I saw this one starting to move, and I thought, wow, maybe we should hold this one. I'm glad I didn't. RYOJ. I saw it right around here at 774 as it was zipping higher. And then when it pulled back, I thought maybe you should hold some and just see what happens. And I'm glad I didn't. Not even sure why it moved. Japanese stock, and now this was on. Well, no, this is back in September. Yeah, I have no news on this one that I can find. RYOJ. Mira, MIRA. You could pull back. Okay, it's not actually not as bad as I thought. After the company announced new preclinical data for Mira 4055. So somebody in YouTube, if you can just help me out, just let me know. Don't be shy. Just looking, I want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. Okay, just anybody in YouTube. Make sure there's nothing going. Oh, thank you, Pepe. Arrow, not AERO, but Arrow, AIRO, popping up here, guys. Trading higher after the company announced it signed a letter of intent with a Bullet to establish a joint venture, et cetera, et cetera. Defense sector. Thank you, Snowman. Schwab has earnings, guys. SCHW has earnings, and nice move for Schwab. So any of you guys with Schwab as your broker, you're helping them. This is just starting to pop here, guys. I'm just seeing it now because it's just over $1. SCNX popping. And the news is commercially available through wholesalers nationwide. Okay, I don't know what they do, but what is it? Drugs and druggist sundries merchant wholesalers. Now, this is really diving down into a sector, drilling down, I suppose. What Fossil? I have done nothing with Fossil, FOSL. I know it's down. I did see that it's down the most this morning, FOSL. And I think it did some kind. It's sort of a financing. I think announced that well, there you go. Fake news, guys. Previously reported story that it is considering an IPO of its India subsidiary is false. At least that's what they're saying right now. So I don't know. Well, that's good. Then you shorted it around 3:00. Good for you. I don't know if that was the news you were expecting, but it worked out well for you then. Boy, again, I looked hard. WHWK. I was surprised to see shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, but there were. What a great short. If you can just somehow predict the top. I don't have to get right to the actual penny, but I mean, these are amazing moves, guys. 450 down to 317. tremendous percentage moves. Hyper. HYPR moving down. And yeah, they're doing an offering price at a steep discount. All right, KNX. When do they release earnings? They're coming up next week. KNX, another shipping company. So what William is saying, and yeah, through the 200-day moving average. So in sympathy with JBHT, which has just had a tremendous run. I forgot to look to see what the float was. Actually, it's not a high float. 80 million, not low, but it's not a high float for JBHT. Yeah, again, the float, 80 million for a 159 million or $150 stock. The spread's not bad. 159, 159.40, for that price of a stock. Not a terrible spread. Wells Fargo maintains overweight. Do they have a price target and a price target of 170 on the anybody else? Barclays, well, it's already there. They raised it to 150 from 135. Morgan Stanley, 150 from 145. So they've already. I don't understand, because they know that this is already above those price targets. But anyway, well, there's the SCNX guy. So what a surge! Look at that, from 71 cents to 129, 70% move. Shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, 51,000 shares. So I'm right, Obi. You're just basically taking your first name, middle initial, and last name, and going backwards. Sort of. Okay. Look at this. Wow, SCNX. I mean, this is an amazing move now, guys. On the weekly chart, 236. 236 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, look at the volume. 17 million shares, 19 million shares now. The float is 18 million, so it's traded the float. Oh, it was the right idea, though. All right, guys, 9:13. Now, the market yesterday, yeah, it was an interesting day. We had the big sell-off and then the recovery, little recovery. Dow was down a little. The Qs were up, though. So, what is energy doing? XLE, what is energy doing with respect, XLE, with respect to the 200-day? Oh, look at that. So the 200-day moving average got above it, but it closed below it. So it's still below the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV, yeah, still above. So it looks like barely it'll be Staples. Yeah, even Staples is crawling back towards it, but Staples is still below the 200-day moving average, and XLE is just barely below. So still a couple of the major sectors below. The SOND, the SOND. Yeah, I looked at it. I didn't quite like it because of all the little areas it could get stalled at. So I didn't quite care about it as much. I mean, it's up 53%. Let's see if they have any news. There's an earnings play. Actually, it was an earnings play post market October 14th post market. So it was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, that was the reaction. Nothing great. We're popping here, guys. CLLS. Oh, I see SBET's. Wow, look at this. What a bottoming tail for us. And I don't know if that's real. What time is it? 8 o'clock. Yeah, sometimes at 8 o'clock we get either massive bottoming tails or topping tails on some stocks. Let me take a look at, say, Microsoft. If we had the same thing happen. Nope. Sometimes at 8 o'clock we're getting, but it looks like that was on its own. SBET. This has just been stuck now for several weeks in this area. This was one of the original. We're going crypto. Back here. This is back in May of this year when a lot of these stocks saying, you know what, raising money and we're buying. I think they bought Bitcoin. Ah, all right. JMP Securities is announcing a price target of $50 a share for SBET. If there's anybody else, that's why they just done a financing, $76.5 million in a direct offering. So that was the reason, I guess, for that little pop down. With an institutional investor selling 4.5 million shares at $17 each, so a little bit above. So that institutional investor has got a little bit of faith in this company, buying it at 17 when it's underneath 17, I guess, and they have a 90 days to buy some more at 17.50. So they could buy 9 million shares at approximately, say, 17.25. So I mean, yeah, that is a bit of sign of confidence. Whoever is doing that, interesting. Now, guys, today I'm going to be trying a different race. I put together a race based on relative volume yesterday. It was pretty interesting because what it was showing me were stocks with huge increases in volume. Now, again, just because a stock has a huge increase in volume doesn't mean it's top on it, but it was certainly showing me stocks doing that. So I'm going to keep an eye. You're going to see it. I don't have it. I haven't shared it yet. Cox is making another high, guys. Pre-market high. When you say you can't, Thinkorswim won't let you trade correctly like I want in the pre-market. What do you mean by that, Tom? Exactly. No, Arthur, there is not. I mean, not automatically. No, no, it wouldn't be that hard to do it. Yeah, but that's all brokers. All brokers, Tom's. No broker will allow you. That's what they want you to do. You go in a market order and some wild spread, you get killed. So all brokers are like that. So don't switch brokers because of that. So Arthur, I mean, there's no way to do it automatically. But when a stock wins a race, you'll see it at even if it didn't win a race before, or maybe you've already had 10, and so it's not actually adding to the list of stocks. You just have to right click and send symbol list. I know it's a couple things, and then just send it to the symbol list you want. Or if you're on a chart, you just heart it immediately, and then it goes into your liked, and you can edit that liked every day. So it's not automatic, but it's a couple of quick, not many keystrokes to do it. Not keystrokes, but clicks to do it. Okay. Yeah. So it's not your broker, Saul. All brokers are like that. Yes, the like is also a symbol list. You click on the heart, it goes into a symbol list called My Like. Which has been automatically created for you. Okay, that's what the heart is. So not that bad. So you click. First of all, you may not want just because the stock wins a race, you may not still want it, right? So that's why you would click on it anyway, see what it looks like on the chart, and if you decide you want it, then heart it. Boom. And then you attach. Then you can attach the. So you see the symbol list is where is it? It's My Like. It's called. If you've never done it before, there it is. My Like. Okay. It's automatically created for you. So if you've never done it, you click on Add Existing List, you should find it up here, and then just left click on it, and it'll automatically move over. If you cannot see it, possible it's already there, and then you just attach that My Liked to the top list window or the alert window that you want to monitor your My Liked. Make sense? I go into symbol list and only the following list and check that one, and then it'll only follow those ones. My holdings. Good point. Good question. Did you ever create it called My Holdings? If you didn't, it's probably the same thing. Probably the same thing then. All right, ooh, 9:23. Okay, let me get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me one moment as I save my layout. Okay, guys, so this is the layout, put my 9:30 layout. Hey guys, sorry about. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Well, there's no question in the pre-market. I mean, there's lots of amazing moves with plenty of volume. I mean, plenty and plenty of volume. I mean, look at the Prax. How much volume is that right now? 4.2 million shares. This is the one I saw after hours yesterday. RYOJ. Look at the volume, 13 and a half. I mean, all these really active ones. They've got tons and tons of volume. There's no problem with liquidity. 31 million shares. Float is 34 million, so it's almost traded the float, for the WHWK. For Prax, I actually thought it might have been an all-time high. I think I had to go back to May of 2022. Couldn't see anything on the weekly chart. I had to go back here. I think, yeah, good memory. May of 2022. Somewhere in here is the next high. Okay, the high that month was 199. Spread is terrible. It's about a dollar spread right now for Prax, considering the float, which is only 20 million. That's the issue. 20 million in the float for $160, $158 stock. Now that is the issue. SMR guys, I should have mentioned SMR. So the nukes are having a remember yesterday, except for SMR. SMR still finished positive yesterday. See how it finished positive. The other ones, maybe the OKLOs and the LT, the light bridges, NNE, the other nukes. I don't know if they finished positive, but they were negative, whereas SMR was not. Yeah, they actually were negative. Anyway, the nukes have come back. Hey, just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. What time is it now? 9:29 plus 43 seconds. So we've got about 15 seconds for the 9:30 open. Let's have a great trade or great trading day, everybody. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. That's not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. That's just what I happen to do. And we're now open. I'm very interested to see what happens in this one right here. All right, so here's AQMS, guys. AQMS, I'm probably going to see. Now, they don't necessarily mean they're. Remember, this is relative volume gainers. Okay, doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see. But what we should be seeing are big volume pops. Now, they could be moving up or down. Typically, what I saw yesterday, they were most of them were moving up, This is right at the beginning of the day, of course. There you go. There's a nice move for AIRO. Had some news, defense stock, defense sector anyway. And that's a now this has 2248 is the next high looking left. If it took out 2248, wow, it's got some room. So I'm going to put a price alert here in this area to see whether or not it gets close and takes it out. It's also shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it gets stalled there, but did have some news. Oh, there's that. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Look at that CTXR now, guys. Oh no, I'm thinking of the other one. So I didn't talk about this one. I did see it, but it just kind of didn't capture my interest that much. But look at it now, CTXR. You guys have been talking about HIMS. Look at HIMS, HIMS. Wow. Another, this is a high for the day, of course. The high yesterday was 65.34 or so, approaching that. But you can see how whippy things can be in the first 15 minutes. 63.40, 64 down to. I mean, it's not a huge percentage drop, but so I just like sitting it out for. Not anxious to get into something this early. I think I've done this wrong. Give me a moment here. No, Nuke, guys, NUKK. This has been super active. NUKK, big pop here through the 200-day moving average. So Los Lobos, let's say LOBO won the first race over here. Got right into a daily high somewhere. That's what, no, that's, I'm sorry, that's the VWAP. Sorry. That is the VWAP. Oscar has been very active, guys. It actually had a dip in the dip, and then it has just moved higher. OSCR 2197, 20, call it 22. Next high, not that far away. All right, how is United Airlines doing? Well, SMR is still pretty frothy. I mean, look at what did it get up to? Got up to 57.41, and there's a $3 drop. Morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Bitcoin is basically flat. That I a little up now, up $41. It's basically flat. T Doc, room, a little bit of room, not well, a little bit of room, 40 cents or so. 977 is the next high looking left for T Doc, TDOC. All right. Now, AQMS, one of these, well, metal plays, big move 2 days ago, got up to almost $40. Pulled back yesterday, like a lot of them. The 200-day held. Now, so it's above the close of yesterday, of course. The close was around 1367, so that's why it's up 31%. The high of yesterday was around 23. So this is on the move. Great volume. Okay, WHW is it did not win a race, so can't click on it. But WHWK, let's see if it's pulling back into. No, I was hoping maybe it was pulling back into the moving average or the VWAP, but it is not. It's below. So this is starting to swooning now. All right, now looking at the overall market, I'm just looking at the SPY, so you can see what's happening here, guys. So we had a decent little pop up here, but we've been kind of selling off a bit. But it's early. It is early. The VWAP is right around here, so it is below the VWAP. SPY is below the VWAP. So again, we're having a bit of an little early sell off, mild sell off. Ah, I wish I had more room. Don't think I've seen this one before. Climb Bio, CLYM. But when I look left, there's all these little areas that could stall, so I don't like it. So this is an ETF, of course, for the three timer. Wow, a three timer. So if you think the market's going to be going down a bit, you can buy this one. This is the S&P 500 Bear three timer. What's the volume like? Not bad. What's the spread like? Great spread. Only a penny, so it can't get better. So if you thought the market was going to, you got to be careful though, because I mean, it's a three timer. So if the market pops a bit, this is going to, the market pops, this will move down three times whatever the pop is. All right, guys. T Doc is sort of settling down a bit here. Has some room. 977, so 47 cents to the next high. All right, let's take a look at the CLLS and where could it go? I have to check probably on a monthly chart. So on the monthly chart, the next high on a monthly chart is back here in February of 2022, and that would be 673. So there could be some daily highs in here, but that's 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, more than 3.5 years ago. So I don't know if that'll stall it. Okay, so here's our narrow line. Let's take a look at love. Love is an airline, of course, LUV. Lot of room. Wow, look at that room. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there. 36.26. I mean, that is a lot of room on the daily chart for love, and it's probably piggybacking a bit. Well, it's really, I mean, I'll take a look at United Airlines, but United Airlines, let's see if it's, nah, so it's not pig. United Airlines is, I mean, it's not really doing much. It's only down a point, 1%. Not really doing much. It's an earnings play. So Love is kind of trading on its own. It's certainly not piggybacking on UAL's great earnings or anything. ELWS just got halted, guys. ELWS just got halted. See where could it go? Well, let's see. 464. Well, it depends where this opens, but 464 so is the next high. So this could be interesting, obviously. Here is the time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Wow, there's the WHWK moving down now. Not sure why I had a price alert here. Let me get back to the ELWS though. Look at the room it's got. Yeah, again, this blue screen that I'm displaying, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is showing the halt price and where it could potentially open. This is the column. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:49 plus 4 seconds. And it looks like it's going to be a positive open. So if you're somehow got into this one before the halt, you're probably sitting okay. Now, sometimes what I'll do, it opens and it opens maybe a little bit above the 451, then comes back down below the 451 and then pops through it. Sometimes I'll take the trade. Doesn't look like what's going to happen though. I'm not definitely not going to chase it, but look at the room it's got. I mean, the next high in the daily is 956. What do they do? Blockchain. So it's a crypto play. Oh boy, this was a nice short. I didn't see this one. TCBI. Yeah, you know what I did see? I saw that KRE, which is the regional banking ETF, was down. This is I'm assuming this is a regional bank, TCBI. When I saw KRE was down, yeah. So the regional banks. I don't know how many more of them are releasing earnings or, but the regional banks, there's the 200-day moving average. Why I bring up TCBI? Because this is an AI play from us. Now the other, look how well it tracks the KRE, because there's the 200-day moving average right down here. Remember, KRE was very close also. All right, Mosaic. Yeah, I mean the 200-day moving average is, for me, it's just too close. It's around 31. The stock's at 30.63. It easily gets stalled as it gets close, so it's just a little too close for me. It's the same settings as I've got here. It's just that I'm sorting on the relative volume. So if I duplicate the race, it's the same settings in terms of, it's the same top list that I'm using here, but the difference is that I'm sorting on the relative volume instead of the change from the open. Okay, or I'm basing it on. Maybe see that. I don't know if it's so. I've not looked at this for so long, but let me just. I want to see if there's a massive difference when I do that. But it's the same. It's the same top list that I'm using. It's just I'm wanting to see the change in relative volume. Look at Prax, guys. Wow, Prax is now. I think that's a market high now. Yeah, it certainly is, and it's taking out the pre-market highs now. PRAX. Just give me a moment, guys. This is a potential short for me now. Owl, 1579. A lot of room underneath. Potential short for me now. Owl, OWL. And that's showing up on my small gap breakout. Now the breakout is it could be down or up, breaking down or breaking up. That's why I'm seeing it right here. Like it, of course, because it's just under the whole number. Of course, when I look left, there's certainly more than a dollar. Well, there was at the time of the alert. When I say more than a dollar to the next low, or at least a dollar to the next low, I should say. They did have some news appointing Greg Porteous as a head of Defined Contribution Retirement Solutions. There's a good title to have. The HDCRS guy. All right, let's see if this wave. I'm trying to wide this wave down, ride this wave down. I've got this thing. I got marbles in my mouth this morning. PTRX. I have this one thumbnailed for some reason, and that's why I'm seeing it right now. Thumbnailed. A small chart. One of my somebody asked me the other day in an email. What do you mean by thumbnail? So just small charts. Small charts. So I could take this chart and make it smaller. Now the high rate over here is $6. Hmm. WHWK now is trying to hold three, guys. Trying to hold three. Come on, Owl. Get into the low 60s. I'll consider that a bit of a win. And the market, it's probably, I'm looking at some of these shorts just because of what the market is doing right now. Look at this. I mean, this was blue all the way up here, guys. Remember, that's this orange bar was blue all the way up here, and it's sold off. So close near the low of that bar. Oh, so ELWS was a long halt. It was a 10-minute halt, guys. And what did it do when it opened? Wow. What a pop. Gonna get halted again. It's gonna get halted again. Maybe not. Yeah. Wow, yeah. I mean, when the bid ask was basically stuck, look at this move, guys. I could not have got it. It did not do what I was hoping it would do for me to get into the trade. So could not get it. Now look left again, it's still got all this room. 959. You're probably not gonna see a huge difference between these 2. I mean, anything that's on the top here is probably gonna be on the top here because of relative volume increase. Oh, okay, here, where is that KNX? Just saw it here. William was saying to keep an eye on it. Sympathy play with, JDHT. The name of the rose, CNTA. Again, I don't like it. There's, something happening to the left that's, pretty close, so I don't like it. that's the quant or the nuke ETF, right? RGTZ. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the ETF for RGTI. Okay. Okay, come on, Al. Give me yeah, this is not going to be a rocket ship. I'm just want to see if I can carve a little bit out of this. Oh, it just popped up about again. It's right where I shorted it now again. Yeah, I saw you mention Coot, Hobie. Wow, this TTRX just ripping here, guys. TTRX, what's the volume like? Not a great amount of volume, but it is now at this high here. The next high looking left is 636. Looks like this was an IPO a few days ago. All right, guys. Wow, 9:59. So I'm going to go over my homepage, and you know what? I checked the promos, and they are still alive. So I'm not going to tell anybody. I think they've made a mistake, and they haven't at least disabled mine. So the promos are still alive, guys. Promo codes are still alive. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, this is what I'm saying. These promo codes I did check this morning, unless they've disabled them, they were still good. So if you want to take out a subscription, our premium service, an annual, you can get 30% off. Okay, premium annual. You get 22% off for premium monthly, first month only. The other two, these are for our standard plan, our standard subscription. You can get 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the whole year using this code. Okay. So again, I checked this morning and they seem to be still active. All I ask is if you do take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. It'll help to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo code usage. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping their rooms free. Okay. Scroll down and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you don't think you're getting it after signing up, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us. Okay. They could be in either of those two folders. Next, if you've clicked on my homepage link, the first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, is go to the education section. Before I take a look a little, well, before we look at the back to basics and the getting started, take a look at the user guide because I am going to go over this race here, and I just want to show you. Here's how you can create your own race. Good reference for you. Okay, if you want to get into stock racing, is right here in the user guide. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, The first thing you must do, the 12 short videos, 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. Mandatory you do this first. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with the second video. Again, they're all short videos. This should give you an idea as to whether or not you want to try us out, at least for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 short video. Actually, they're not that short, but 15 videos for those of you who are new to trading. Well, back to basics. Okay. If you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for some scans, here are some of the ones that I'm sharing. Click on right there. So let me expand this actually, these are all them. So this is the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. This is an offshoot of it, sorting on a different, on relative volume. I'm just testing this today. This is biggest gainer. This is large cap gainers from the start of the race. And if you want either of these two, you can ask me for them. They're just not on my homepage. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, and halts resumes, which is actually, interestingly enough, not that active. Normally, we get a lot of halts resumes right at the very beginning of the day, but not that active. I have some other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them open. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan. Again, I don't have them open, but you can take a look at them if you want. So first of all, if you're new to the rooms, again, I have I'm moderating a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. Now for YouTubers, if you want to come into the main room, if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit, and then over on the right-hand side, you will see trading room. And that's how you get into the main room, as I call it. A lot more action, a lot more traders in here, a lot more interaction amongst traders, okay? Now, this is the format of the rooms. The main room is actually open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time by Obi in our in the main room. I try to open the YouTube room between 8:30 to 8:40. I get on the mic both rooms at around 9. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so West Coast time. So very appreciative of Obi opening the main room at 6:45. A lot of action in the room, so you can come in. There are people talking. Well, nobody's talking, but posting ideas about stocks and all that. So you can come in. Now, I usually take off. All depends on you guys. You know how long I stay. I start getting a little antsy at about 2 o'clock Eastern time. For no questions, I'll usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. But William or Obi, but William a lot of times will keep the main room open. Yesterday he kept it open till 4 o'clock. As we get more and more into earnings season, he may keep the room open till 4 a lot of days. He's not required to. Nobody's required to do this. Okay. But they do it. And I'll find out later on how long William will keep the room open till after I leave. YouTube, I do have to shut down completely. But you can always come into the main room. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy, okay? Don't think you're interrupting me. If I'm doing something that I can't break away from, I'll let you know, but typically that's not the case. If it's an accounting type question, I won't be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Let me go and let me show you what this race is all about. But the racing concept, okay? Remember, in the guide, TI stock racing. So this is I want to show you what the concept of racing is all about, and why I think it's a great idea for people who are new to trading, even if you're not new to trading, because what it does is it automatically builds you a top 10 list. See all these stocks in here. So I am running, and you can Again, this is all customizable. Everything I'm saying is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, you can run whatever time frame you want. I am running 4-minute races. So I'll just look at this race here. So what does that 2 mean? That 2% means that since the race started almost a minute ago, ABVE is moved the most. It's moved 2% since the race started. Now Lobo has taken over that top position. It has moved the most, 2%. Now, you will sometimes see some big dramatic moves in here, like big percentage moves. Whereas in this one, you typically won't. And while this is not a percent, but this one down here, this is the large cap gainers. Typically, will not see giant percent moves. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade, though. In fact, if I were new to trading, I would probably look at probably this one, because it's just not quite as volatile as either of these two. Now, what I would be doing is if you see a stock at the top here, I would click on it, see what's happening. This stock doesn't necessarily mean in this case, it does mean it's near, well, it is at the high of the day. Okay. But it doesn't mean that these stocks are necessarily at the high of the day. They could have pulled back maybe into a moving average or maybe the VWAP and then started to bounce off it. Okay. So it doesn't mean that these stocks are necessarily at the high of the day. They could have been pulling back and then starting to move again. And you can see what happens is that a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So that two beside Lobo means that Lobo has won 2 races today. ELWS, 2 races, etc. Eventually, eventually there will be a top 10 list built made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I haven't seen one lately, but sometimes depending on how active a stock is, you can see some stocks that are winning 10 to 20 races over the course of the day. But obviously, a stock that has won that many races has to be followed. Now, again, you see a stock at the top here, I would click on it. If you see anything here, I would click on it just to see what is happening. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on it. So let's see. I mean, Chug. Let's see what's happening with CHGG. Cheap one. Not, nothing to me that's interesting because of what's all this potential resistance over here. See, Owl is now getting into the 60s for me. Let's see another. Sarepta. I mean, there's a one that is super active usually. So here's Sarepta, SRPT. So when you look at this, you can see that it's at the high of 3 days ago, probably right at that 23.19, not quite. So you can kind of see if we could take that out, 23.19. There's $1 to the next high. So that could be something interesting for you. Okay. And again, when I say when I'm always referring to the next high, I'm not saying that's where a stock is going to get to, but all I'm trying to do is take one aspect of why a stock may not continue higher out of the equation, which is some chart resistance. And I just constantly just keep looking left to see where the next high is. I can't see it on the daily chart, then I go to a weekly. And if I can't see it on the weekly, I go to my monthly. Okay. So again, I would click on any stock you see in here. I would click on anything that has won a race before just to see what is happening. Something may be interesting could be setting up. Maybe Reefer is just kind of resting. For instance, what if it was resting over that purple line, which is the VWAP? What if it was just kind of hanging there? And if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you might say, okay, I'm thinking that maybe this acts as support, and if I get a little pop off it, maybe I'll take the trade. Okay. Yeah, one of the greatest out of shape baseball players you're going to see, right, PJ? Now, if you guys are looking at this for the first time, the racing concept for the first time, and I wish, man, I wish people would just come into the room. Somebody was yesterday, I saw an email to us and saying, I don't understand the race concept. What is it used for and all that? You come into the room, I can demonstrate why I think it's a good idea and how you can completely customize it to the stocks you want to see. So the question if you're looking at this for the first time, any one of these races for the first time, the question has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click on this race, notice I get some options, and one of the options is open top list. I will. So this is the top list window. So why are these stocks in here? Well, here are my filters. And again, remember, everything is customizable. So what I want to see in that top list window is if the stock is between 1 and 50. Oh, right on. Owl is giving me a lot more than I was hoping for. Maybe we'll get into the 50s now. So if the stock is between 1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, we will see that stock in this list of stocks. Now I've capped it to the top 50. That's just something I've done. I don't know if there are 50 stocks in here, but I have capped it to the top 50 stocks that meet my filter requirements. Now, before we had racing, the way a person would use a top list window, and you can still do it, is any one of these column headers that you see here, you can sort on. So that C% is the change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click, I look at wow, look at W. Remember, I was just talking about WHK, WHWK holding 4. How about holding 3? So if you double left click on any column header you've got, you can sort on it. So you can see right now that based on the filters that I'm using, that WHWK is up the most. It's up 75%. ELWS is up 36%, etc. Okay, all the way down this list. Remember, my minimum has to be up at least 2%. So that's all well and good. So what the race does, and a lot of people, I mean, they look at this and go, well, why do I want to see a stock that's already up 74%? Because by the end of this day, I mean, look what it did in the pre-market. This could be up 100%, 200%. We don't know. I'm not saying it's going to be, but don't discount the fact that a stock, just because it seems to be up a big percentage, it can't keep moving. But a lot of people say, well, yeah, but I want to see a stock that might be just starting out. And that's what the race can do for you. The race does not care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what is moving the most percentage-wise when the race starts. Okay? So there could be a stock. I was seeing TDOC earlier in the day. TDOC is up 3.4% right now. What if all of a sudden it just started getting active again? It's up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? Well, that's what the race does. Again, the race doesn't discriminate. Okay, it doesn't care where it is in this list. Just show me the stock that's moving the most percentage-wise. Look at that, PRAX. Here's a great example. I mean, PRAX was now it's not on this list of stocks because I've capped it to one up to $50. But hopefully, you get the concept now that it doesn't care. It doesn't have to be a stock that's near the high that's going to be moving up in this list of stocks. It could be something in the middle. How would you ever see it? Well, that's what the race does for you. You see some stock, especially when you start looking at the race. If that's all you're doing, just looking at one race, which is not a bad idea if you're new because it gets you to focus. Okay, gives you to focus, and that's why this top 10 list is built for you. And then you can just focus on these stocks. Now there could be different stocks coming in, depending if remember it's made up of the top 10 stocks that won the most races. So I mean, this list can change a little bit, as can this list. Remember, this is a list of stocks, but it's meeting all the filter requirements. So hopefully this is all starting to make sense, that you can create your own list of stocks that you want to see based on your set of parameters. So again, my parameters in here are stocks between 1 and 50. That's why I'm not seeing the PRAX. But if I wanted to, I could expand this list and say, okay, show me stocks between 1 and 200. I've just chosen. There's nothing magical about 1 and 50. That's just personal. The volume is at least 200,000. Maybe you want something different. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up from yesterday's close. Maybe you don't care about that. Maybe you have some filters that you'd like to add. So, and then notice it just disappeared. A moment. It'll come back. Honestly, it will come back. I didn't change anything, did I? No. Sometimes you have the well, what happens is you'll see a list of there we go. So you see this list of stocks. So imagine you've created your own top list window with your set of parameters and you want to run a race on it. Right click, launch the real-time stock race. See how that works? Okay. So that's how you can create your own race. Now you can also create a race just on stocks that you want to see. In other words, maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to see every day. Or maybe you have a way in which maybe you do some work in the evening and the day before, say last night. And maybe you've identified, you know what, I want to watch these 20 or 30 stocks the next day for whatever reason. You can do that, create a symbol list and attach it to the top list window, and then launch a race on it. Okay. And this race is a slightly different race because it's sorting on a different it's sorting on relative volume. This race is a large cap race, so you're not going to see giant moves. Really nice to trade though. If I were new to trading, I would take a look at this. And the reason I say that is that while this race will give you some spectacular winners percentage wise, if you're new to trading, these can be they're very volatile. I'm not saying this is not volatile at all. And by volatility, I mean look at the ELWS. Boom, way up here, now way down here. Okay. I'm not saying you won't see anything like that in this sort of a race, but typically now why? Because in this race, right, if I open the top list that this race is based on, notice there are not that many stocks compared to this race. Why is that? I'm doing this for Grumpy. So look at the filters that I've got in this race right here. And that's why there's not that as many. Now the other thing I should say, these are the stocks that are meeting all the filter requirements right now. Okay, doesn't mean that these are the only stocks that are going to be in here all day. Stocks will drop off, some stocks will come in. So it is not volatile, but it's fluid. Okay, see how its stocks has dropped off. Why did that happen? By right click, configure, and summary. So this is what I'm looking for in this race. Stocks between 10 and $70, and the 200,000 share minimum, up to 2% from yesterday's close. Market cap has to be at least half a billion. In this one here, remember, I don't have a market cap minimum, and I have a float max minimum here of 50 million. Again, I don't have that. That's why you're going to see a lot more stocks in here. This also prevents a lot of stocks. This is the position in range, the day's range. Okay, so what does that 95 mean? If I put 100 here, that would mean the stock is right near the high of the day. This is in the position in days range. So at 95, that means the stock has to be near the high of the day. Okay, and that's really why stocks will come in and out of this because if the stock could meet all these other filter requirements, if it starts to drop a bit, it may not be near the high of the day anymore. And that's why stock can come in. So again, these stocks, especially after half an hour or so, they tend to settle down. Doesn't mean they're not as exciting as these, but I'm telling you, if you're new to trading, I would probably follow a race more like this, just because you get more orderly moves, especially giving it maybe half an hour to settle down. But look at that Prax. It's challenging $200 now. I mean, that's late stage, great news, late stage. I mean, that's the press release was, very, very positive, of course. So there's an example. I mean, when I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, it's at 165 or 118 in the pre-market. How much further can it go? Well, it's not quite a double, but it's at almost at 200. So do not discount, the fact that a stock is up a lot, that it can't keep moving higher. Especially if, I mean, I'm not a stock doesn't have to have news for me to get into a trade, but it doesn't hurt. All right, guys, I did cover some of the owl as it crept back up to the 60s, 1660s. So I've covered some. That was a short. I'm going to hold on for a bit to see if it has another move into the low 60s, maybe the 50s. All right, Re. Now, this used to be, I actually put this one up yesterday for some reason. It's an EV play, I guess. 'Cause I think if they do that, then their post is in blue. Okay, I think that I think so. It stands out, I guess. 'And you can customize the color, but that's the reason, right? So whatever color you've got, if you put a dollar in front of in your post, then you'll get a color. Yeah. So I guess people, they're attention seekers. That's all they are. Uh, I'm kidding. All right, guys. Let me see if I can find something in this one now. Yeah, this ABVE just kept moving and moving and moving. Now, there was a reason I didn't like it, and I think it's because when I saw it first, I saw this on the daily chart. It looked like there could be some resistance. Doesn't always happen like that, of course. CDE. This is a silver play, I believe. Coeur d'Alene. Well, it used to be Coeur d'Alene, but Coeur Mining. Actually, it's got different precious metals, I guess. So, of course, wow, what a all-time high. Sure, all-time high with gold, and I don't know if silver's at an all-time high, but Silver Trust, all-time high. He's kidding, PJ. Okay. He better be. Okay. Market is still doing its chop fest, guys. We haven't got a defined trend yet. I mean, we could no, I wouldn't I mean, it's sort of down, but it's doing its chop fest still. All right, guys. Well, 3 p.m. announcement. I didn't see anything in the economic calendar. Is this like a White House announcement? I don't think it's anything on the economic calendar that I saw. Oh, then it's not going to be on the economic calendar, of course. Give me a moment, guys. I know I'm way away from my mic. Just give me a moment. Oh, I know you can still hear me, but I'm way away from the mic. I don't know how legible or how good the audio was, but I was way away from my mic. All right, ASX. All right, guys. Any. Boy, I used to see this a lot. Haven't seen this one in years. It seems. ANY. Low, pretty low flow, not crazy low. If there's any news on this one, don't see anything. What do they do? Yeah, okay. I mean, it's I don't know why. All right. Well, let's take a look at some earnings plays, guys. WNS is an earnings play, and just flatlining right now. WNS is an earnings play, all time high out of India. India. Well, somebody mentioned in our YouTube room yesterday asked my opinion of gold. Now, of course, I'm not a gold bug at all. The problem, I mean, is that if I was using gold actually GLD, but I mean, it is just so extended. But does it keep going higher? Yes. This is a unique day, guys. Sort of a unique day. RPGL. No, not because it's RPGL, but this is absolutely usually jam packed right now, full of halts and resumes. What does the wave say for okay for GDX specifically? Let's see what it says. Depends on the time frame, right? Well, on the 2 minute, I mean, it's still very, obviously very strong, but you don't want to chase it right now. Okay, had you seen it maybe back here, it's gone from 82 to 84. But I mean, what the wave is selling you on a 2 minute chart anyway is that it's very strong. Take a look. I'm sure it's going to say the same on a five. Remember now, it depends on the time frame, but I'm sure it's going to say the same thing on a five. I had a little dip here, and then well, when you say no resistance, it's an all-time high. So I mean, there's no resistance in terms of looking left. The only resistance is people finally saying, "Okay, enough is enough. I'm going to take some profit, perhaps." But I mean, right? What happened here? I suppose on this day, right there. Okay, but again, when you say no resistance, I mean it's an all-time high. So people who use fibs and all that, they may say it's way too extended. I don't know. I don't use fibs, but so it depends what you mean by resistance, Andy. Boy, this TCBI is super interesting. Again, it's testing the VWAP, not the VWAP, the 200-day moving average. Testing it again. This is from our AI, a short. Again, let's see. Now it bounced off the 200-day a little earlier. Actually, I don't think it didn't quite get there. Now look at it; it's trying to move down below it. The actual number is 78.69, so it is just a little bit below that 200-day. And remember, the regional banks are weak. This is the regional bank ETF. So a lot of them are going to be releasing earnings. KRE, not KWE, KRE. So the regional bank ETF is, yeah, it's very weak. Look at that. I mean, down 3%, 3.7%. So I don't know what weighting TCBI has in it, but so all these banks, all these regional banks are releasing earnings this week, next week. Not looking good for the regional banks. Breaking down, I mean, look how this mirrors KRE. There's the 200-day moving average, and look at TCBI. There's that 200-day moving average. So so the overall ETF has broken down through it, and now TCBI is starting to. Hey, well done on the RE. Really well done on the REE. Low float. Actually, not well. It is a low float. 11.6 million in the float. All right, got to watch this one. This next NXTC. Okay, I mean, when you look left on the weekly chart, a lot of room, $9 or so. Little pullback so far. Forget about it. Look at the spread, 740, 770. Well, you got to check a lot of different things before you want to take a trade. Haven't seen this one for a while. This is Personalis. Wow, what a great third week this is having. Not quite a double. What do they do? Advanced genomic test for cancer. And they also announced phase three trial data with AstraZeneca. So obviously the data is positive. I was thinking about a short of this one, but again, looking at this is a TTRX, but the spread 556, 585. Another silver play, guys. EXK all time high. Pretty cheap to be an all time high, isn't it? $10. Big float. In Vancouver. Okay, a little knock on your door this afternoon, see what's up. Well, keep an eye on CETY, guys. I mean, it's coming into a high. Well, that's the VWAP. Okay, last week's high was a little over three. I'm going to put a price alert around 307. I mean, it may not take it out today or ever, but if it does, look left. There's a lot of room for CETY. Last winner, So a little pullback now from 154 down to 134. Pulling back into maybe the VWAP though. Okay, there's the VWAP. Maybe that holds it. Okay, what I'm looking for in this large cap is something just over the whole number. PVF Energy. There it is, guys. $200 for PRAX. $200. It touched it. Yeah, you can see that so far anyway, the 200-day moving average has held and acted as, I mean, it dipped down just a little bit below it, but it has held so far. So it's acting as support right now as we speak for TCBI. Okay. Now, what about this one? LHAI, just over the whole number of 10, psychological number to get through. But, well, it's got a little bit of room. 1036 is the next high. Link Home Holdings. This was pretty ugly, guys, I have to say. CLLS. You know what? It was ugly. Could have shorted it. Interactive Brokers. Yeah, a lot of shares available. I mean, it's still up, almost 10%, but it has dropped from the highs. UNCY. Let's see. Look at UNCY. UNCY. Yeah, for me anyway, it's just too close. 554 from 528 is a little too close. If the next high had been like 825 on the weekly, I'd probably be in this one. But so when I look left, I just think that it's possible that the resistance is too short, too close. Hmm. New one I'm seeing here, guys. Remember, in this scan I've got here, the biggest scanners from the start of the race, I don't see stocks under a dollar. Okay, so when it hits a dollar, I will see it. So let's see if this is just what could this do now. Look left on this weekly chart. I mean, you can see there's looks like there is a ton of resistance around the 117 mark. Look at that weekly chart. So if it can take that out, say 120, I'm going to put a price alert around 120. Let's see if it can take that out because then when you look left on the weekly chart, 150 is the next high. Certainly, if I got anywhere close to that, that would be a nice percentage move. Not saying it's going to happen, of course. Not a lot of volume though, only a couple 100,000 shares. Basically trading normal. Also, volume is only 1.12, so it's not trading abnormally. But no harm in putting a price alert and seeing if it happens later on. Meanwhile, the market, look at the market. Put a charge in the market here. I think there were some numbers, not at 10:45 though. I pasted a lot of things in. Bowman was talking at 10 o'clock. Waller was talking at 10 o'clock. Housing market index was at 10:30. So we had a couple of the Fed presidents talking at 10. I don't know how long they talked. Well, let me bring a SPY chart up. Sometimes IB will have some information. 10:30 natural gas storage, but that normally is not going to cause any huge spike. Are you kidding me? AMC? I haven't looked at AMC in a dog's age. Ion News. Don't see any news on AMC. Is that about Disney? No, I see on the 14th, Disney is saying forecast to lead a strong Q4 for US box office. Netflix. Oh, okay. No, I don't see that yet. So what are they doing? A lot of AMC series are going into Netflix partnership. Okay, well so it's nothing to do with movies as such. The cinema. It's about AMC. Oh, I see. Netflix movies playing in their theaters. Okay. I'd be more interested if some of the AMC shows, not the movies, but the shows they've got, would be coming into Netflix. What's going on with BB as in BlackBerry? I don't know. I haven't seen BlackBerry in a long time, but they had earnings a long time ago. Let's see. Don't know. Have no idea. Don't see any news on it specific to today anyway. No, you're right, William. I was thinking about the revenue they generate from. I was thinking of the AMC shows, like the old Walking Dead and things like that from the past. AMC shows. Though I'm not even sure if AMC like the network AMC. Yeah, yeah. I was just thinking. I think it is. You're right. It is a different. AMC Networks is AMCX. So it's. I mean, it's a spin-off of some sort, I guess, of AMC. But all right, ELWS. Can I get involved over the VWAP? Got into the VWAP. The VWAP's around $5. Obviously, a ton of room. It got up to 657 earlier. Crazy low float, guys. The Rising Sun blockchain, so it's a crypto play. Crazy low float, only a million, less than a million in the float. I'm glad I held off. I just don't trust these anymore. I mean, I'll take a look at it if it gets back up to the 520s. I just don't trust these volatile low floaters as much as or I'm not finding a way to trade them. Okay, what's happening here is Well, guys, WHWK is still interesting. I think it's still hanging above three. Okay, it had a beautiful pop off three all the way up to 370. It has come right back down to three. How many times is that going to happen? Of course, you know, before people give up. Missed it. Missed it. ELWS. I missed it. It just had my. I was trying to get it at 5:30, and it just would have obviously taken some off almost immediately. Wow, Prax over 200 now, guys. What a move. This is almost now a double, getting almost to be a double from the pre-market action. Now that that VWAP, it didn't really. I'm trying to see what happened here. That remember I was talking about this when it was right at 3. The VWAP didn't hold it back at all that time anyway, right through it, came all the way back down. I mean, there's news on this one. I mean, I have no idea how great this news is. I mean, Tempest is a big company. At least it's well, it has a high share price. Tempest AI is a so the market liked this little collaboration it's doing with this little cheap company for some reason. Yeah, I'm backing off this. I mean, I would have done okay. It would have been a really quick trade for me on the ELWS, but that's why I didn't leave it in, where I wanted to get it. All right, let's see if any one of these other ones is setting up here. How about the space SBC? Not well. I mean, it's setting up maybe as a short. It's down below the VWAP now. The low today was 471, 470 ish. I think, okay, today is Thursday. I believe it's going to be Andy today. I think Andy and Steve are switching. I think. So in about an hour, I'll be taking off for an hour. So in an hour at noon Eastern, approximately, another hour and 5 minutes from now, I'll be taking off for my break. Like, I'm just going to confirm this. Boy, this is the one that I have a feeling could be a late dayer. I'm not saying don't take it now, but this WHWK, okay, low float. Well, it's not crazy low, 34 million in the float. If this wave turns blue, the only issue I've got, even though it did pop through the VWAP earlier, it might that VWAP may stall it. So asking about books, about trading, I don't have anything. I mean, I know there's that very popular one. It dives more into the mindset of traders than actual setups. Mark somebody or other. I read it a long time ago. I haven't read a trading book in a long time, so probably some new. Look at the Prax now. Hmm. Come on, William, you and me. Trading in the Zone. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. I think that's a very popular one, but it's all about the psychology of trading more than anything. But it's a very good book, and that's called Trading in the Zone. by Mark. I think it's Mark somebody. So that's something you can look up, Trading in the Zone, okay? It's been around for a long time. It seems was a very Mark Douglas, thank you. Very popular book. You can take a look at that one, I guess. Ugh, PPGL. Last time I saw RPGL, it was halted on the way down. Really? I did not know that. Seminars on YouTube also. Free, I guess. Anyway, that's something that you can take a look at. It is halted. Yeah, ELWS is halted, and it's halted on the way down. Actually, it might be halted on the way up, but this doesn't look, if you're in this one, does not look promising because here is the potential open. So it's halted at 593 and it is potential open at 550. And that doesn't have to hold there, of course. The last time it was, well, I don't know how many halts were. The first halt was a 10-minute halt. That's a popular one also via Parry. Yes. Day trading by Andrew Aziz. Aziz. All right, guys, this is wow, on the move. On the move. WHWK on the move. Me moment. All right, guys. Sorry, just having some fun. Miggy was a super active one yesterday. MIGI was a super active one yesterday. Got all the way up to $2. Closed down here at $1.40. So that's a pretty big pullback. But it is active again. It's above yesterday's close, of course. Just give me a moment, guys. Man, you're talking about man. I did see. I think I saw that one. Wasn't that after hours? Earnings to no, I'm wrong. Okay, earnings today before the market opened. Okay, so this is an earnings play. Wow. Yeah. Okay, so you see what happened there is it did not so that was halted on the way up. So even though this column showed 550, 550, as the potential, but now look what's happened. I mean, it's just ripping. Oh boy. Okay, guys. I'm gonna keep following. I'm completely out of this. It was a very quick trade for me. The WHWK. I'm gonna keep following it though. I want to see if it takes out the VWAP later on in the day. I'm surprised it has not won one race here. So I'm going to put a price alert around the VWAP area. See if it takes it out later on. Okay, CCCC. I know PJ mentioned this one earlier. Ooh, yeah, a lot of room, guys. A lot of room. 344, 344. A pop here, like right there. Volume coming in a big way. And probably a low. Actually, it's not a low float. 68 million in the float. Not crazy high, but it's not certainly not a low float. It's a big move. 21%. Prices $125 million dollar equity offering at 247. So it is now above it. How is Very doing? Because that was I wonder if it's bounced. Should have been following it. I'll bet it's bounced. Not a lot though, but Very did a financing also, and the financing price was 583, so that's well above the financing price. Cracks, yes. Did it ever? There's a 10% move down from 200. Underneath now, I mean, look at the wave now. See, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. I mean, and the wave is still blue on the 15, which makes kind of makes sense. But if you're looking at a smaller, lower time frame, more than likely the wave has turned orange. Now the VWAP is down here at around 162. So I think a price alert just around the VWAP area and see if it gets close, and maybe that'll hold it as support. Okay, yes, I've confirmed. So Andy will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So about 50 minutes from now, 50, 50 minutes from now, Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. And he'll spend an hour there as I spend my hour on break. Whoa, no, I don't know what the heck happened here. 10. So is this really a gap down? I guess it looks like it could. Yeah, this is a gap down. I wasn't sure, maybe some kind of weird dividend play or symbol name change, or this had stopped trading. But no, this is the big gap down, and that plunged 84%. This was this day here, 4 days ago. So yeah, that was I remember this now. There's horrible news for this company, but it's trying to I mean, obviously it's trying to bounce a bit here. But for all the reasons it's down was down. They're still there. It's just people are looking at it as a some kind of a bounce off the bottom type play, and that is the TVRD. RAI picked it up at 678 as an alert. So that's a real bottom fishing play. Yeah, so this company's done a lot of reverse splits. This Highcroft, HYMC. It looks like it's could this be, it's in the right sector, it's a mining company, but no, this is 5%. It's so if you had a get a lifetime candle on it, it would be right at the bottom. All right, this one, SSKN, over the whole number of two, the 200-day moving average, that's far enough away, 240. So maybe the bottom has been put in for a Prax, Prax. It didn't get close to the VWAP, not really that close, but maybe the bottom has been put in now, 178, 176. If this turns blue on the 2 minute, see how it's trying to maybe curl up, which would mean that okay, this downward trend could be over for a while anyway. Guys, keep an eye on that WHWK. It could be more of a late dayer, but it's still hanging around 324 right now. So it hasn't taken out three in a big way. So that is for me anyway, that is the key thing. Here's a big one. Campbell's Soup the Campbell's Company. I don't know if it's an earnings play, CPV. I don't know if it's an earnings play. Not an earnings play. Ugly spread. Sorry, I was thinking about this one, but 1122, 1149 for Watt. So the spread is awful. Will not touch it. Somebody emailed me, we do have a spread filter. Show you what it looks like. I said, well, you know what? Why don't you just not see wide spreads? So if I take a look at search or click on search and type in the spread, why don't I just make it, more narrow? So I could do that. Okay, there's the spread. I could add the filter and say, make it no more than 5 cents, whatever number you want. That's in pennies. The problem is that just because at the time, if you get an alert and it is at 5 cents, that doesn't mean that half a second later it could widen to 20 or 30. The more valuable this filter would be is if it would look at the average spread over the last 10 days or something like that. That would be a lot more valuable in my opinion. Because yeah, just because it's a it's within your spread that you're looking at the time of the alert, it doesn't mean that half a second later the spread could just go crazy. All right, ELWS resumed, and this went on the way down. Now let's see. Again, can that VWAP hold it? No shorts available for me, but can the VWAP hold it? VWAP is around 560 area, 550, 560 area. Is there news on this one? I can't remember if there's any news on this one. I couldn't see any. I can't see any news on. William, did you ever see any news on ELWS? I could not see any news on it. Oh man, did that ever hold? Get ready for another halt. So just the volatility, okay. Just off a newsletter mention, okay, so some newsletter somewhere pumping it, okay. I might not be the low for Prax now. I see it's rejecting 180 again. Boy, I'm just itching to get back into that WHWK. Time is it now? 11:19. Yeah, so I would have time, 40 minutes. I would not want to be in it if while I'm on my break. That's my issue, but 40 minutes to my break. All right, this might be I don't know, sort of an interesting one. HOUS, house, 1008 is the next high looking left. After that, 1031, a little bit of room. Not enough, in my opinion, to make it worthwhile. Yeah, Prax is on the move down again, guys. PRAX on the move down again. Now it's become a little spready. Interesting. 177, 180. Okay, a little bit spready. I was thinking about taking some, but on a short. I don't know if it because when I first saw even in the pre-market, it wasn't that spready. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it alone. I mean, it could drop, 20 or $30, but I'm just gonna leave it alone. Maybe from the open, maybe shady. Yeah, I did not see in the pre-market that I was surprised. The spread wasn't that terrible. I mean, right, it's not well, it sort of widens and then but if a stock is going to move 10, $15, that $1 spread is not the end of the world, but I'm going to leave it alone. Whoa. Okay. Well, that's what I'm not anticipating. And look at the WHWK now. I was not anticipating it would move higher. Now it's a big breakdown underneath three. Big. Whoa. And I wonder if they're doing a financing. This is almost like financing news, guys. I mean, I'm not saying it is, but when you get a big down bar like that out of nowhere, it could be just people taking profit, of course, but a lot of times what we see is some as the stock doing a financing. I don't see it yet, and it may not be. Okay, it may not be. But that is a pretty severe percentage drop from 322 down to 252, just like that. Are you talking about Prax, JGB? I thought it was something to do with tremors. Ha! Okay, well, we've got Jeffries saying raising the price target to 300 from 65. It's a tremor. It's a tremor play. If you're talking Prax. Oh, you're talking the other one. I'm sorry. Okay. White Hawk. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Prax. Look at that. Look at that price target raised to 300. See if anybody else is Guggenheim. Let's see what they're 350. So we've got Guggenheim and we've got Jeffries with pretty aggressive price targets for the Prax. Oh, there's that weekly high, guys. I mean, it's way up here. And that's for the ALWS. Not saying it's getting there, but no real chart resistance on this thing. Boy, here's another one. Look at the on the weekly. The next high looking left on the weekly is around 1281 for ELAB. I mean, this week's high is 1108. I don't think that was today. That was probably yesterday, a day or sometime this week anyway. Yeah, this was 2 days ago, the high, and that's for ELAB. I mean, look, this White Hawk could come right back, but that was a pretty confidence destroying move down, in my opinion. Well, this one has some room. This is just showing up in our AI guys, MAGN. Obviously, it has some room. Yesterday's high was 1062. So float like, 35 million, not high, not low. Hims is giving it up. You guys, I know a lot of you are following this. Hims at 60 right now, just around 60, I should say. The low yesterday was, I mean, look, if it gives up 60, yeah, another pop for ELWS guys. Halted again. Remember, it has room to about $11 on a weekly chart. ELWS. And your potential open is in the eights. Well, now we're starting to get. I mean, look how many races it won in this race. 10, won 10, 9 in this race. It's going to win this last race. It's not moving anymore, of course, but it is going to win that last race. So we've got 10-10 here. A couple, I mean, it's my idea then is probably to really, if you get similar stocks in these two, really, really follow them. Not similar. You get the exact same stocks in these two. AUUD. Okay, I haven't seen that one. Whoa, what a consolidation here. Next high looking left, 255. Yeah, it's got some room. High today was 243. Look at the consolidation on the 2, on the 15. Boy, I don't think I've ever seen this one. Ferrovial. This is out of the Netherlands. FER, all-time high. All-time high for FER. And continuing to move here, guys. Yeah, FER, all-time high. This is a large cap in the large cappers. I've been chase mode on this one just because it's over the whole number. It's under the whole number. I'm out. I'm talking about the FER. Ah, good for you. I think Monica, did you not take this RPGL? I think I saw a post that you said you were going to take this one on a bounce RPGL, or is this halted on the way down? I don't want to. I'm just watching FER. Want to hold, see how well it holds 63. Oh, okay. Yeah, but you know what? You had to stick to your rules, right? The spread was wide, volume was low. So, I mean, that's a rule that you will not take the trade. Sometimes, that probably most of the time that's going to help you. Okay, let me do something here. FER. Yeah, I typically don't beat myself up if a stock moves and I didn't take it because, I didn't either didn't like what I saw looking left or something else. I rarely, I mean, it's, yeah, in retrospect, you think, oh man, I guess I could have taken it. But okay, let me take a look at this. So SLGB just resumed, I guess. SLGB just resumed. Wow. So it got clobbered on the way down, clobbered on the way down. And the other one that's halted is MGX. MGX is halted. It halted on the way up. Okay, this one is halted on the way up. MGX halted on the way up. And this could be a spectacular open. Metagenomi, $4, $4. That is, I won't say it perfect. I will not say it. See, I'm not like you. Talking to perfect in YouTube room. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm an adult. So here's your open, guys. Your potential open for MGX, $4. So this is not a low float, not high, but it's not low. Now, if it opens well, where could it go? Because let's take a look at a weekly chart. So the next high is, well, it's above that. So let's take a look at a monthly chart, or the potential open is there. So on a monthly chart, that, yeah, so there's a potential open right at that high there. Takes that out, 492. Definitely keep an eye on this one if it gets if it does actually get to that four level and moves, because the next high is 490 on the monthly. And for whatever reason, I don't see any news on this one. Genetic medicine company. Okay. Yay. Okay. I was very close to dumping my FER, but a little bit of a move for me now. I wish you luck, John. Um, I guess I hope it takes out 60 for you, 60. It could be the challenge. Oh, I know. It's had a massive run up. I know. Especially yesterday. Had some news. I mean, it did have some news yesterday. And that was, I mean, if that news is what popped it. Boy, really, I mean, this MGX could be an explosive one. Let's see if it's dipped a little bit, 396 potential open now instead of 396. Again, you can see usually they're 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at oh, guess what? It's going to be more than a 5-minute halt, because had it been a 5-minute halt, it would have opened at 11:37. It is now 11:39. So if it's a 10-minute halt, that'll open at 11:42 plus 55 seconds. So almost 11:43. Okay. Well, here's how I'm going to help you, John. Okay. I'm going to put a price alert for you right at 60 and see if we can get it down there for you. Okay. So just around 60. See if we can induce it downwards for you. 60.05. That's close enough. Because if it does break that, so SLGB, when it got hammered on the way down, so it had a little wee pop. Oh wow, there you go. See, that's how it works, John. I put a price alert and it just hits it. It did hold, but let's see if it get another alert down here. Because again, the whole number for me is one of those things. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to hold it forever. Well, and if I don't know what time frame you're looking at, but I mean, the wave is still. The only problem with it is sort of gone a little parabolic on the downside. I always like to see the wave hugging, at least the bar at the top, hugging it a bit. Let's take a look at it on a 5-minute chart. I mean, this looks like, yeah. I mean, I'm going to put an alert down at 59.85. A lot of shares available, probably in for most brokerages. We've got about 500,000 Interactive brokers, so I'm sure this is widely shares are widely available to short most brokers. Okay, IQ. So it depends on okay, so you have to have a premium service, right, to do it. So if you want to just go monthly, and thank you, by the way, you can get 22% off well, okay, if you can get 30% off the annual, okay. I mean, you got to be committed, right? Okay, if you're committed. So here it is. I checked it this morning. It was working. Let me check it again. Okay. Yep, still working. Okay. Don't tell anybody. Okay, guys, 11:45. So in about still spinning, you mean the are you upgrading to premium IQ or are you is this a brand new subscription for you? All right, there you go, John. Brand new. Okay, it shouldn't be spinning. I mean, I can direct you to the accounting people, and if you use my code, but it should. There you go. Look at that, 59.94 for you. Now, with this market starting to, I don't know, drift down. I mean, you're right. It's very. I mean, right around the VWAP again, up, down, up, down. Is this down now? Or is this finally our trend for a while? Oh boy, I'm just keep putting price alerts for you. We're, wow, he just took that out. Where do you want it to go, John? Just tell me where you want it to go. 14.95. Well, let's see. I mean, it should be 30% off the full price. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's spinning for me right now too. But just give me maybe lots of people are taking out subscriptions. That'd be nice. Actually, the first time that's really happened to me. There we go. Yeah, 14.95. Yeah, 21.36 full price. 30% off that gets you down to 14.95. So you have done it correctly. Thank you for that. Never. We've never had a 50% discount. That's the biggest discount that I can recall. We've had 30%. All right, now the issue I've got with the FER right now, I mean, it's still holding 63 for me. 11:48. I am going to be taking a break, doing some exercises right in front of my computer though, so I can always hop on if something goes crazy with it. But I'm just with the market doing this, I didn't want it to start affecting the FER. So far, so good. Well, that your card doesn't support this type of purchase. Well, that is something to do with you and your card, I guess. I don't know what that means. Well, it's US dollars, right? That's US dollars. Okay. Now, is it because it's looking at it as some kind of a like abnormality that you're doing? With like how many other US purchases have you done with that card? No, it shouldn't matter that much. For US purchases though also, IQ? Um, you might have to phone your, card company then. I mean, there's nothing on our end that's blocking it, of course. We have a lot of Canadian subscribers, so yeah, I mean, again, there's nothing we're not certainly blocking Canadian credit cards. All right, guys, 11:51. So I will put in the YouTube link in. Andy will be there in about 9 minutes. Okay, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. He takes over the YouTube stream that I'm in, and not like Dan creates his own. Okay, so makes it a little more complicated, but Andy just takes over mine. And this is the link to get into YouTube if you want to head over there around noon and listen to Andy for an hour. Andy at Trade Ideas, of course. Ooh, I thought this was the one I was in before, but no, there's owls and then there's owl. Okay. Oh, this is a new one today, I guess. I guess this is an IPO today. I don't recall seeing it when it came out. It got up to $90, right down to 54. How much volume? No volume. No volume. Is this one of those direct to market? Okay, it's a direct to market. I wanna say Spotify. I mean, I'm not saying there weren't any before Spotify, but I think Spotify was probably one of the biggest ones to do that, a direct to market. Of course, the brokerages hate that. They don't get their little cut. Not the well, yeah, so it's a China direct to market. Yikes. Is MGX still in play? Well, I mean, I guess, I mean, anything's possible, but I guess what did it do when it came out of its halt? I wasn't following it. I forgot to keep watching it. I guess it popped a little bit because it was halted at it was halted at 351, so it did pop up to 396, but it has pulled all the way back down now through the VWAP. So, I mean, anything is possible as far as still being in play later. But obviously, there wasn't wild enthusiasm for it, unlike the ELWS. Speaking of which, it's off the top here again. But I think I asked the question of IQ, Pepe. You say you've made US purchases before, right? With that card. So it should, it should, but maybe somehow you toggle it off. I don't know. Best to call your bank though. Make sure nothing, because it's not like, I mean, it's a fairly big US purchase, but then our dollar, last I saw was 71. It helps me a lot, guys, because I'm doing everything in US dollars, of course, and you have been around here for a long time, IQ. Also, I think the only person longer that refuses to take out a subscription, and that person knows who he is. Yeah, we got 71 cents. No, 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 not William. Of course, not William. He'll let us know. He knows who it is. Okay, guys, I got out of the FER. I may look at it later, but I think the market is just short term anyway, affecting it a bit. It was hovering around that 63 mark, but decided to get out of it. Plus, I've got to take my break now, so I don't want to hold it during my break. Not with the market doing this. All right, guys, I will put my announcement in. I'm just waiting now for Andy to show up. Well, okay, IQ, I don't want to prevent you from taking out a subscription, but when you say you're waiting for the money machine, are you on the list or you just want to practice using it in the simulator? Because right now, I mean, you can use it only in the simulation mode, and but it has not been released, so you can actually use it with your account. We're not ready for that. And you have to have either an IB Interactive Brokers account or Alpaca or E-Trade. Want to make sure you've got, but you also have to be on that list. Now, the list, I mean, there could be people who have dropped off that list. I mean, that list was created last, I don't know, August or September, October. I can't remember last year. So I just want to make sure that you understand what you're getting into. Maybe you can't hear me. John, where do I get my check? There's HIMS continuing down for you. All right, I heard a little pop, so I believe Andy is probably in our YouTube room right now. So guys, I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. I've put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. So I put myself on mute. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I'm pretty sure I can welcome Andy Lindloff.
Yes, you can. Hey, Barry,
All
how
right.
are you?
I'm good. How the heck are you?
Doing okay. Not bad. No complaints.
All right. What's
Except
happening?
for the market, you know, it's
Yeah.
hard to get any direction lately. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been another chop fest today, hasn't it? Maybe now we're getting direction. A little more
Yes.
direction.
Maybe now. Of course, that's what we thought yesterday, and we bounced back. So it's
Yeah, did we ever?
It's tough, but
Yeah.
oh,
So it'll be Steve tomorrow. I'm assuming you guys did the switcheroo, right?
yeah. I'm taking tomorrow off, so I have to burn a day. You know.
You have to. Okay.
Yeah, I have to burn a day. Yeah, otherwise you lose it, Barry. So
Oh, is that how it works?
yeah. You get up to a certain amount, and you can't accrue any more.
Remember, I don't
PTO
work for
days.
Trade Ideas,
I
so you're
understand.
talking about.
Yes, I do
Yeah.
understand
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's how it works for pretty much all companies. Yeah, they're not just going to let you keep. Some companies, I guess, do just let you bankrolling PTO days. But
And then you can take a whole year off.
hmm
After 5 years or something. Here, I'm taking a year off. I've bankrolled so many.
exactly.
And overtime, all the anyway. Okay, Andy, I'll let you go. I'll see you in
All
about
right.
an hour.
All
Okay.
right. Yes.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one, Barry. Bye bye.
You too.
Hello, everybody. Hey, 3 Sharp. How you doing? Yes, me and Steve switched. Yeah, because I'm taking tomorrow off. So told him I would handle the webinar today, and he's going to do it tomorrow. Hey, Trader 77. Good. Glad you're doing good. Yeah. This is definitely yeah, a day trader market. In my opinion, it's really been it's kind of been tough on the well, let's just pull it up, talk about it. Sorry, I don't have the browser charts up today, but I'm having a trouble with my padding. I cannot get the padding. It's grayed out, but just take a look at what you're dealing with. If you're a swing trader, especially after this day. I got hurt on that day. Made some of it back on these 2 days. Made a little yesterday, and today I'm giving a little back. But uh, yeah, and I'm not that heavy at all. Gosh, I think I'm only playing with maybe 15 or 20% of my capital. It's just you don't want to be heavy in this environment, in my opinion. Yeah. I got a little Tesla left. Luckily I sold some earlier, but hopefully it can bounce down here. I don't have much. Let's see, Mighty Mouse. Does it make sense that reversion to the mean strategies work better when volatility is higher? Not. I wouldn't. You would have to be careful with your stops, because a lot of those stocks that have been hit hard, will have a tendency to be volatile regardless. So your stop loss, you got to be careful, because if it gets real volatile, doesn't take much if you're using like a 3% stop loss, So I would make sure, that you have a spread filter in there. And I think I do in the one I shared the other day. Um, and, I think it's more about the timing. So, in other words, taking a look at the cues again. Now, this may be a good time, to potentially turn it on, because your cues are coming down here to a 5 day. And now what I would do is see, kind of feel it out if I'm going to turn that on. And maybe we'll give it a shot here in a minute if it doesn't drag down my system. But yeah, that's a bandwidth eater. But I need a new computer. But yeah, so what I'm saying is, I think with any strategy, it's like, when do I turn it off and when do I leave it off? Like this morning, it may have looked like, oh man, we're going to do like a little horseshoe here and go to highs. And we took out yesterday's high and just head fake and right back down. So if you would have been turning it on up here, that may have been a tough strategy to run, because you're taking a chance on a really weak stock, and then the market gets weak alongside it. So typically that strategy would not work turning it on this morning. Now, right here, we're coming down to the cues. We're hitting the 10 period, and maybe we can go in here, and I'll give it a shot to just see what can happen here if I turn it on now. Let's do a reversion to the mean here. And please don't drag down my system. And we'll start the money machine, see what we have here. All right, let's take a look at some of these. Uh, Look at that RGTI. It hit its 10. I saw it hit its 10 period earlier, and was thinking, well, it might be a spot. And we do have it in here, so let's see if this pays off here. Oh, that's interesting. Then you get some ideas. I'm actually going to play that one in real time with real money. Low risk. Yeah, about a little bit. I like it at this nice place to bounce, but see if we can. Yeah, it's a risky one. I mean, it's still looking down here at this 8 and this 20 period moving average, so it's something I'll definitely keep tight. Take a look at some more FSL. Yeah, you can always, when you're pulling up these things, looking where it might want to go. Like that one's really too close to its 20-day here. It may want to tag it. Although, if you look back over the last month or so, it's gotten, you know, hasn't gotten down to that 20 period moving average. So it could be a spot there. Now, I just bought a little bit of that NB, guys. I'm not going crazy here. Take a look at some more serve. DBRG. Yeah, that one pulled back to the breakout, but boy, that looks like it could have some moves to it. So you got to be careful with that one. All right, let me get over here to the paper trader. Let me stick a little. Golly, it's already getting slow on me. I'm gonna buy NB in this account so I can keep a track on it. Yeah, that may want to come down to the 20. It's still a pretty good drop too. I still like this path. I just feel like it has to. I've been doing some scalping in it, uh, just in a little share. I feel like it wants to tag that 10 period moving average, so I haven't been too aggressive on this thing. May have to sell some more. Nah, it's doing okay. But yeah, don't not in a whole lot right now, that's for sure. So negative article on RGTI this morning, huh? From an analyst clown. Okay. Yeah, that's what they do. They load up on the short side and come out with a hit piece. Gotta love those companies. Who was it that got PLTR about a month ago? Hold on just one sec. My old dog is bothering me. Nice little tail there in Tesla. Okay, so if we can, get a bounce here, market almost filled the gap, looks like. You could see some of these paper trades paying off. Money machine, I should say. Yeah, look at there. 4 of them have turned green. And little Rigetti is getting a nice little bounce. Serve. Let's see what they can do. DBRG. So this one, if that goes back to lows, I won't add out. Got to put in the browser chart real quick. Man, hope it didn't make any problems. Is Beyond too dead to trade? Gosh, yeah, I would think so. I don't know. Somebody probably said that about Open Door back when it was trading in the 50-cent range, way back over here. It looked pretty dead too. Actually, around 50 cents. Yeah, boy, I'd like to have loaded up of that. As a matter of fact, I actually looked at it at like 67 cents when it was kind of breaking out of the range. I forgot if I maybe had an alert. Anyway, when it started to kind of poke its head up right here, and I just said, I'm not going to take a chance on a sub $1 stock. Yeah, that MB is going to have a tight stop. I don't like that 20 lurking below. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put a stop in at lows right now, not even mess with it. That's come a long ways too. I wish I had zoomed out further before I did that. I don't like how far that one's actually come. All right, see if the Qs can do a bar reversal right now. Hey, let me put a stop before I forget that thing. It's one thing about bottom fishing. I'd like to keep them pretty tight. If they're not gonna work, uh, yeah, I don't want to try to guess when it's gonna bounce. So you just got to keep it tight. Plus, who knows if the market's gonna actually bounce? All right, set it and forget it. All right, I may have to cut that money machine off. Yeah, definitely. See how it's dragging down. See my latency over here. So I'll let it run for a little bit, but it starts dragging it down. Now they're all turned back red. See, it's a dangerous game. We'll let it run a little bit and see what happens. Well, Tesla's been a booger lately. Thought it may have a chance today. So if you are playing this game and looks like things are rolling over again, you can always just stop the money machine. See if it got out of everything. Yep, it did. Because we just went to Lowe's. All right, y'all bear with me while I kind of thin out of some of this stuff. Sell a little more Tesla. It breaks that 5 day. Yeah, my hold. Be patient with that one. I did see I did get stopped out of, and yeah, I got it. Okay, it's stopped out of that one. Is gold ever going to top? Yeah, it'll top when it tops. Man, you can't look at that. You can't silver too. It's crazy. And for those thinking that Bitcoin is the same as gold and some sort of, I would beg to differ. This thing's going to follow the cues, and that's actually kind of breaking down right now to a multi-month low. So Bitcoin is not going to be a safe haven. A lot of people think that it will be if the markets get ugly. Oh, Mighty Mouse, yeah, those gold coins would have been nice. Nice grandma. No, Bitcoin is losing its luster there, Trader 77. And you can see it's been bouncing here pretty much at this level now for one, two. They say there's no third time, and typically it'll crash through that third time. But we'll see what happens. A little bit of volume coming into IBIT. I don't know if that's the same as Bitcoin. We can always take a look. Yeah, that's ugly. A lot of times, keep this in the back of your mind, whether it's a stock, whether it's futures, or pretty much every instrument. When you get this kind of volume and volatility, a lot of times they eventually will return. A dog always returns to its vomit, is a quote from the Bible. So there's a good chance we revisit this low back over here, and really we are 4 hour chart there. You can see that's an ugly breakdown, and going back over here as well. So I guess we can use these lows for now. We're through all that area, so not looking good. Yeah, 3 sharp. I heard about all that. Uh, yeah, that was evil, is what it was. No, no, Kamal, regarding Thursdays is not good for the money machine. No, it's the environment we're in. I mean, I can promise you right now, there's not a whole lot of strategies, working in this current environment. It just, all you got to do is just kind of look at the cues, and that's not unusual after this big ugly, day. I usually pull back after a day like we had. Uh, on this day because afterwards you can get a lot of volatility in both directions. So there's really no direction, right now. It's very sloppy. Yeah, I noticed that. How is that doing lately? Yeah, I had a little wick today, but hanging in there. So it's higher than I think the call was right around that level right there, 61.28. No, pays a dividend. Fossil fuel, electric power generation. Yeah, there's been a lot of stocks having to do with power generation that have been performing well lately. Hold on just a minute. All right, sorry about that. But Kamaldun, what I was talking about when I was playing that reversion to the mean, you're kind of betting on whether if a market's going to bounce or not. So stocks that are getting beat up, you're looking at a level where you might want to give it a try, and that's where I would, think about turning the money machine on, but didn't bounce. So probably the best strategy today would have been putting in a short strategy, pretty much when we kind of rolled over to taking a look at the cues, and maybe right here, initiating a short strategy once we broke this 10 period moving average, because we're going lower. Yeah, you know what there is, and we're looking to incorporate it. It's called the compare count window. See how I well, let me just pull one up and show you. If you come to new and you go to compare count window, there it is. Let's just hit OK and use the. Now, this is going to start from the moment you turn it on, right? So, and what it'll do, it'll show you however positive versus negative, however you want to set it up in the back. I don't know what the default settings are, but I have one in there somewhere. I just can't remember what I called it. Uh, but anyway, it'll tell you what percentage of the stocks are meeting your criteria on the long side, and then also on the short side. And then you kind of watch them. And once again, I just turned this on. If I'd have been running it all morning, it would be very ugly. The red would be far outweighing the green, and it is since I turned it on as well. But probably be even uglier. So anyway, what we're going to try to do, we're going to try to incorporate this into the money machine. Okay, this is going to probably take some work. So what you can do is you can kind of use this as a filter and say, it will not initiate an execution or a trade until it meets your bias, however you want to set it. BBA, there's a lot of selling going on here. Just started using Trade Ideas a couple of days back and new to trading. Is there a plan for Trade Ideas to support Fidelity Brokerage Plus? No, it's not. Uh, I shouldn't say it won't happen, but for right now, you'd have to be with IB or E Trade if you like going through the bigger brokers. Uh, Fidelity might be a little bit difficult getting into. They're, kind of more of a big fiduciary in a lot of cases, and even though they obviously have a trading branch, it's probably be difficult to get in there. I know they do a lot of 401ks, pensions, and things like that, but it doesn't mean that we can't. It's just just not on the docket right now. Ever learner. Oh, you're welcome. Staying alive says I have a few small caps on the watch list. Let's take a look. ATRO. It's come a long ways, but definitely strong. AORT. That doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad at all. Like to see it get above this level right here would be basically taking out today's high, kind of be breaking out of a range there. NXT. Yeah, it's gonna have an ugly candle today if it doesn't bounce. In other words, that's what you call a engulfing uh, bearish candle there. So might want to pull back, maybe put an alert down here around the 10 period moving average, or maybe even a deeper pullback here to the 20 period. I could see it doing that. All right, past getting close to my little 10 period moving average there. Yes, yes, yes. Some need to breathe a little bit, pull back. Typically when I'm looking for setups, I try to avoid ones that's had a big move, whether it be over several days or several weeks. But doesn't mean that they can't keep going. That's for sure. Yeah, it's really tough to tell. I don't like to assume anything when it comes, especially when it comes to markets. Uh, Now we're back below, our 10 and the 20 period moving average in the Qs. Uh, Take a look. IWM was a doji yesterday. That can definitely signify a top at sometimes, but it's coming down here to the 20 period moving average. So the IWM is actually the stronger of the three. Uh, SPY, take a look at SPY real quick, and you're back below. It's even weaker than the Qs. You're back below. It's your moving averages. So it's hard to assume. We're going to bounce. Nothing real big here right now. That's for sure. Pretty thin. I am 77% cash and could be getting even more so here in a second. Woo, boy, look at these quants. ARQQ did finally hit that level I was talking about right down here. Well, maybe I was talking in my head about it. Could be a oversold bounce. Amazon keeps dancing off its 200-day moving average. Still holding its 10-period moving average there in RGTI. Yeah, trade of the week cash. Yeah, when you get that kind of volatility, it's probably a good call there. Yeah, I like to look at score. I don't put them in a lot of my scans only because I have it in my uh well, yeah, stock composite rating. I have it in my single stock window, so a lot of times I look at that and I put together that score, and basically it's uh a metric. It's actually it has about, I'd say, 14 technical metrics in it, and it has about 4 fundamental metrics in it, and it's just a good barometer to look at the strength of a stock based upon those metrics. So uh, just going through and taking a look at some of these. Now, what I like about it, it's in real time. So in other words, something like this Oklo or something like that would have been really strong a few days ago, but now after it's given it back, stock composite rating is 81, which is still good. Anything above 80 is considered, pretty good. But when you get up there around 90, it's when they really get strong. See if I can find anything that, uh, well, let's see. Just have to maybe go through some of these things. What was that D that we pulled up earlier? It's still a 79. That failed too. It's failing. But anyway, it's just a way, if you're looking at it and you see a stock composite rating above below 50, you might want to watch even 60. It's like telling you right now, hey, there's a lot of it's broken down probably in a lot of moving averages. I used a lot of the 50, the 20, the 10-period moving average in there. Uh, so it's just a good, nice little barometer, to judge the strength of a stock based upon mostly technical, but like I said, there is some fundamental. Hey, perfect circle. No, it's not Friday. It is Thursday. I'm just filling in for Steve. I mean, Steve's actually filling in for me tomorrow because I'm taking the day off. Oh, this is not the money machine. This is actually my holdings. Kamal. I cut the money machine off because we broke down. So in other words, I was thinking we could possibly bounce off that 5-day moving average. We kind of filled the gap there, but we didn't. So I hit sell all. When you stop the money machine, it closes out all your positions. Yeah, we have to have a floater. We take turns filling in on Tuesday, right? Because let's see, Jamie used to do Tuesday, and he's no longer with us. But so what we do is Steve, Chris, and I we will take turns filling in on Tuesday. So next week you'll probably see Chris, and then the week after that you'll probably see me again. So we just take turns doing Tuesday. So we all have to do occasionally two a week. It is a bloodbath, turning into a bloodbath if this market doesn't bounce. I'm gonna have to sell a little more, even though I don't have a whole lot. And may have to let go. Tesla took out that low, so if it gonna have to let go a little bit more probably. Or 26.33. See if it just tickles it and bounces. Did pick up a little more path. 21. See if it holds. If it breaks down, I'm gonna have to sell below that. Yeah, DJT just can't seem to get anything going. Yeah, I have a price alert down there at that low. I set a long time ago. You're right there. Perfect circle. I'm not going to put a stop in this, and I'm going to go ahead and flatten it. I'm just going to assume I'm going to get stopped out at that thing. KRMN. 3 Sharp said there's no to be stopping this stock. Definitely a nice trend. Look how long it's closed above its 10 period moving average now for almost a month and a half. But I can promise you there could be some stopping this stock if I bought it. All right. Hopefully that was a good ad there in PATH. So this QUFN is holding up the best for me. And so what happened is this is a China play where I was trying to play a bounce right through here and then again right here. Got out on this day and said to myself, you know what? I'm going to find it on the daily there or on the weekly. Sometimes I like to play these uh, bounces. Let's do a weekly. And so I stuck an alert in there at this level right here, and it goes back, and you can also see. Let me just make it big so you guys can see. Okay, so there you have it, a nice little pivot level. And I said, so I didn't look at it for basically 7 or 8 days. I stuck an alert in there and got hit. I mean, the alert went off, so I turned and buy it. Now by the time I come over here, this is kind of a thin stock. My price is actually around 25, 22, I believe. By the time I came in here and had to hit market, had a pretty decent spread. But so price is better than what you see. Dangerous play, and I definitely will keep a tight stop on that anytime I'm trying to play a bounce. Great question. Staying alive. Well, here's how you can do it. And I'll show you. I built an alert. Probably called it pull back to 20. 20-day SMA right there. And we'll see. Now, this is an alert, so it's going to be active in real time, and stock's going to be hitting a low on the day and hitting its 20 period moving average. And I'll share this with you. But boy, a lot of them hit it today. PLTR started it off this morning, right out of the gates, and then bounced. But now I pulled back. Let's see, Merck. Let's catch the ones that was pretty much right at the open. Let's see if we can catch the ones that during this carnage has pulled back to it. That's what you want to see. So Mobileye, you can see that came right down here. Hershey came down right there. Boom, hit it. There you go. Planet Labs. So easy to do with our software, and the beauty about it is you can catch it in real time when it's doing it. It's not a bad, if you're looking for opportunity in a bull market, it's a nice little alert. Now you will get them over and over again if they bounce and then come back down again, but there's a nice looking one. Came down a couple of times and hit it. NDAQ. Look at that to a T just recently. So I will share this with you. When you're looking for pullbacks, it's a nice little alert. Okay, I'll pull that up just a minute, Kamal. To 20-day daily. Share. Copy all. Great. Here you go. Staying alive. It'll help you stay alive. All right. Decent bounce in the market. See if there's anything to it. Good pick up and pass so far. See if we can get anything going. Oh, word. You got me out of good chunk. All right, I was going to show Kamal the Holly. Now, Holly, this could be a tough day for Holly too. I mean, it's like I said, when you get this kind of back and forth and no direction market, it's tough for any strategy. It really is. All right, but let's pull it up. Premium AI strategy trades window. And you got 3 that are in the money, but let's look at all of them. Okay, down a little bit today. You got some longs that were stopped out. This doesn't surprise me in this market. But you got a couple of longs that are working, still working. And look at there. It's even pushing higher here. You got a short and TCBI that is still working. And another long that's up marginally, and TR. Well, I'm not sure. Look at that thing. It's going to do much. And looks like HYMC was a re-enter at 936. And this one is a long that is still active, still working there. Hey Barry, you playing the drums over there?
Yeah, a little thump and a lump, thump, thump, thump.
Yeah, I hear it.
You heard that?
I did.
Oh, okay, Andy. Yeah, chop, chop, chop. A little bit of a resurgence, but
Yeah.
choppy day. Choppy day.
It is. It is. It makes it tough.
Mhm.
It makes it tough for swing trading, and can make it tough for day trading too. If you're
Well, yeah,
short and all of a sudden you get a massive bounce,
yeah, even the volatile ones, the low floaters. I mean, there have been a few that have had some sustained action, but I'd say, a lot of them are just don't have the sustained action,
Yep.
and it's hit the
Exactly.
pop and then they pull back and you think, okay, pull back maybe to a nice level, maybe the VWAP or some moving average you like. Maybe I'll try it here, and yeah, it doesn't work.
Yep.
So, yeah, perfect circle. Yeah, right. I'm talking to him. Anyway, I'll let you go now, Andy. So have a nice day off
You'll
tomorrow.
help net trade and kind of show him. I think he's looking for the compare count. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if that is that Dan's net trade? Is that Dan's?
No, I think he's just talking. How can I get the positive? I don't know. Positive net. Are you talking about some a scan that somebody showed, or are you just talking about the compare count window?
Yeah, because I have a compare count window, but I mean, it's, it may not be the one that you were looking at.
Yeah, I was showing him earlier, so I bet that's the one he's talking about.
Okay.
It's real
You
easy.
mean
Yeah, just go to new if you're looking for the compare count and click on compare count window. and then you'll
Mhm.
have to configure it like you want. You're welcome,
I'll give him
Louis.
one. I will give
All
him the
right,
one that I have
there
had.
you
I don't
go.
use them anymore, but I'll give him one. Okay, thanks, Andy.
All right, have a good one, Barry. Bye,
You
everybody.
too. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. One more thing to do, and that is, as you know, got to have my music. Dan uses, or just in general. I mean, I've got a compare count window that, and that's what a compare count window does. It basically takes two opposing strategies, one on the upside, one on the downside, and compares them. So you can do your own, but when you say positive, negative, and they're all going to be positive, negative. So is it one that you saw, or again, I can give you the one. I don't use it, but I can give you one that I created a long time ago. But I'm not sure that's what you want exactly. So net trade, can you hear me? Talking to a net trader in a YouTube room. No. Okay. No, but I can pop a link in, right? You guys can have my link. Oh, no screen sharing. No screen sharing. Thank you, Pepe. There you go. Screen sharing back. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is one that I created a long time ago. I don't use it, but you can have it. So file, load from cloud. I'll show you what it looks like. So movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Okay, so you can take a look at it. Okay. But that's not the one that Dan uses, but that is an example of a compare count window. No, I'm still in the other one. I'm still in IQ. I'm back. I'm back. Back in both. Well, I don't know what to say. I am unless others in the okay, in the main room, you guys can see my screen, right? I haven't done anything. The icon is on. My screen icon is on, so we might have to do a refresh, IQ. Yeah, so it's on your end, Kamal. If you maybe have to do a refresh, but I'm definitely nobody else is saying that cannot see my screen. Thank you, guys. Now BHF. What sort of room does this have on the way down? 44.68, but a dollar. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, he says he's back, so good. Yeah, what is this? It's funny. I saw this IVF halted, a real cheap one, about an 8-cent stock, resumed. And then I saw NIVF. I'm wondering, I thought maybe there was something to do with IVF. I mean, obviously, they're both are obviously in vitro fertile fertility stocks. the White House is set to announce a proposal that would make IVF more accessible. So IVF and NIVF popped on that news. Not related companies, though. All right, William, I don't know if I know I asked you. I don't. You may have already posted, but what time today, if any, for you to keep the room open after I leave? 3:45-ish. Okay, so I'll be leaving sometime around 2 or later if there are questions. But when I do leave, William will keep the main room open till 3:45-ish, as he says, so maybe almost 2 hours after I leave. I do have to shut down YouTube completely, but I can give you guys the link who are in YouTube, who still want to talk trading for another almost 2 hours. You can go into the main room. You know, guys, it's not going to surprise me if this ELWS has a big surge at the end of the day. That doesn't mean to buy it now because that's what I'm saying, but it's not going to surprise me. Um, volume is still pretty good. I mean, we'll have to take out probably, the 650 mark in a big way with some volume. The high of the day was 886. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, look, I got back into the FER. It may be a little bit market dependent. I mean, it had the pop up here. I didn't get, I was on my break, so I didn't take it down in that area or wherever it was. But we'll see if it can keep moving a little bit. It's a pretty good one from our AI guys on a day in which, pretty choppy. Forward has been very, pretty steady. FWRD, been a pretty steady, no giant bars taking you out of the trade. Meanwhile, the ugly is owls. I mean, this is this direct to market China IPO, call it. This is massively ugly. Look at this. I mean, I don't know how much was traded up here at $90, but right back down to 22. I have no idea how much it traded. Why do symbols keep disappearing from the strategy trades window? Are you talking about the Mo Money? Are you talking about the AI? Holly, the AI? Is that what you're talking about? I'm talking to Mo Money in our YouTube room. I'm almost sure I can tell you why, but is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about this? You're talking about this window here? Yeah. So I would uncheck. The problem is, and I they don't listen to me. The company does not listen to me. You know, you've got profitable trades checked. I want to see them all day long. So that's why. So what happens is if this is mildly positive, like 0.1%, if it went negative, it would disappear. Okay. I want to see them all day long. I'll use it like a watch list. Okay. That's the reason. See what I did in the filter box? Oh, money. Okay. Just uncheck the profitable. And the reason for that, Mo, is that, because the stock is not profitable in terms of, the original alert price, it could be setting up at a lower price. Okay. And that's why I would want to see it all day long. The other thing you miss, the other thing you miss is this reentry price column. Okay. Because the reentry price column is always going to be lower, or the reentry price is always going to be lower than the original alert price, always. And you'd never see it. So anyway, I mean and I would add these columns. Okay, today is not a great day. We've had some spectacular days, just waiting for reentries. Today is not a great day. I mean, Annie is doing nothing. Um, CLLS was quite frankly a disaster from the beginning. TVRD could I mean it could turn out okay. I mean, at one point, remember we had the alert at 678. At one point, this stock was up here at 721. So that was an excellent alert, actually. But now it is come back. So the reentry price column will fill if and only if a stock hits the stop price at any time during the day, okay, and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop price. Okay. So you should add, not just you, but anybody who has our AI, I do quite a few videos on this, is have that reentry price column. I tend to, just if I'm going to do anything in the AIs, just kind of wait for a reentry price. Now, some days you don't get any. Because remember, it has to happen. It has to hit the stop, then come halfway between the original alert price and the stop. And then you can put a real time alert on this. In other words, a sound alert on it. So you will hear it. But if you don't, if you keep profitable, you miss them all. That's dumb. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm just saying I wish the company would listen to me. Two things I wish they would do. They should have this as part of a default layout. Okay, so when you guys load this is part of the default. So because most people don't even know this exists. Oracle get thumped after earnings, after not during earnings. They had a massive move on earnings. Didn't some negative stuff come out about AI in general, or they're losing money or something to that effect? I can't remember exactly what it said. You cannot trade the AI alerts um, in auto fashion mode. You cannot do it. The only thing you can trade in auto fashion is the a strategy that you create yourself, and then you can auto trade it. But you cannot trade the AI alerts. You cannot auto trade the AI alerts. I know it used to be several years ago, but we've not promoted that, or not promoted. We've not even mentioned it for at least 2 years. Best way to use it again is to you get the alert, you click on it. Do you like what you see as a chart? You either take the trade or you don't. Um, and then you use it like a watch list. Then also, for instance, it's a good example, maybe. So if you were trading this TVRD, okay, and you got the alert was at 678, okay. In auto fashion, the AI did not get out of the trade until it hit the stop. Okay. So you went from getting in at 678, the stock goes up to 722, very nicely positive, especially percentage wise. And yet, the way our AI worked, I don't know why. There usually was some, oh, I don't know, some logic built in that if it started to drop, it would take some profit or get out of the trade. But anyway, you see what I'm saying, though. As a trader, if you took that trade at 678 and it got up to 720, you wouldn't wait to get stopped out. Okay, and if you are, then I'm sorry. I'm not just talking to you, Mo Money. I'm talking to anybody. Well, I don't trade options at all, Mo, so I can't answer that. So the question was, is it a good idea to look at those AI alerts for stocks? And if it's a long buy, if it's a long, buy the call option. If it's a short, buy the put option. I think there's probably more to it than that regarding options, but I'm not an option trader, so I'm sure there's a lot more to it than getting it. Like just because we get a long that you just automatically just go and buy the calls. I would. They said it was hard to lease the AI chips. Yeah, and when they were doing it, they were losing money, something to that effect. All right, Gopher. Gopher. As long as the market keeps doing this, I think my fur trade. Okay, Canadians. Every Canadian knows Radisson and Grosellier, right? I know I'm probably speaking gibberish to 90% of the mark or people in here, but the fur trade anyway. Sorry. FER trade for me. Well, there's no data, just for what I said, because if you had allowed the AI just to get you into this trade at 678, and then you allow it to get stopped out at 658, that's a losing trade. Okay, for the data, nobody should do that. So everybody is going to, well, not everybody, but there will be very different ways of using the AI. So there's no success rate. There's no profit target. There's no. I just use it like a watch list. So having said all that, I mean, you have to have some trading experience. Well, William, there's a mountain in the Himalayas that I think if you got to the top, there might be somebody there who can maybe give you that knowledge. It's your own analysis, Mo. It's your own analysis. Exactly. I mean, this is perfect. I mean, really, this TVRD. I mean, I'm using this as an example because this is an example of if you're auto trading it, you would have lost money. Okay, how would that be possible to lose money if you got in around 678 and it's up to 722? There's where you've got to start managing your exits as it starts moving down. The other thing too is you have to look at this daily chart. There was a reason why it crashed down. Horrible news. So there's that sort of analysis also, that just because it's having a bit of a bounce, early, all that news that happened 4 days ago, it's still there. Okay, so yeah, it is your own analysis. Is it coming into, for instance, if a stock, maybe the 200-day moving average is above it. Okay, this not in this case, but what if the 200-day moving average was above it and you went long and it's starting to approach it? A lot of traders will look at that and go, well, that could be resistance to moving higher. Maybe there's something else. Maybe the VWAP is above it and it moves into it. So when you say, can you display the charts for this watch list? So in other words, right now, so there are how many? Seven? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 8 symbols. So you would want to have all 8 as thumbnail charts. Is that what you mean? Like when I say thumbnail charts, like small charts, so you could have them visible the whole time. Is that what you mean? Well, I mean, again, I don't. Okay, one at a time. And if I click on this alert right here, FWRD, it loads here. Okay, it loads here. Yeah. So, I just clicked on this and it loads here. If I wanted to see this all the time, then I would uncheck the symbol linking. No, I'm talking to Mo Money in our YouTube room. Sorry. So remember, there are only really 2 options for our charts. Okay. Symbol linking or not symbol linking. So my SPY chart, I want to see all the time. So when I click on a symbol, SCNI, these 3 time frames are linked. That's why I want to see those. But look, the SPY chart remains the same. That's because if you right click on a chart and go to properties, you either are symbol linking, which I have unchecked here, or go to properties here and see the symbol linking is checked. So I'm not, have I answered your question? When you click on a symbol in our AI or anywhere, it doesn't just have to be our AI, I'll click on TCBI. It'll load into these 3 charts. Now, if I wanted to have TCBI and I wanted to see it all the time, so that when I clicked on another symbol, it won't change. You can do that if that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, look at KREE. I did my video on this, William, not KRE. Well, you've got to load them. I mean, new charts, okay? New chart window. Have you gone through our videos at all? No, because this is we cover charts, but you click on new and then chart window. And these are my charts, okay? You don't have to have the same time frames. I like to see a daily and actually a 2-minute. You can control the time frame you want, but I have a 2-minute, a 15, and a daily. That doesn't have to be what you want to see, though. But in order to load a chart, you just click on new and then chart window. And a chart will pop up. It may say SPY. I don't know what the default is. And then what I would do after that, I would take my chart and I would, if you want to add some volume bars, if you want to add the same thing, if you want to have the same thing in every chart, then add volume bars. If you have a moving average that you like to see on every chart, especially intraday, that's, maybe the VWAP or something. Because once you create your chart with say this is my intraday chart. On my intraday chart, I want to see the VWAP, that's a purple line. I want to see these volume bars. Okay. So, and this is a 2-minute. So now if I want to have another time frame, I right click on it and I duplicate it. That's the simplest way to do it. Okay. And then I just change the time frame, say to a 5-minute. Okay. Now I got a 2 and a 5 with all with the volume bars and everything I want. And you just keep doing that, duplicating, and change the time frame if that's what you want to do. And don't forget to save your work. Anybody who's listening, don't forget. You make a change to your chart, you make even if you think it's a minor change to anything, don't forget to save your work. So at the very least, file, exit. It's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load Trade Ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. That's the minimal. That's about the minimal. Well, I'm just showing you. So, but you should always save individual scans that you've created. Well, okay. Say you've got a layout. You've got your layout and it's sitting on your monitor. You can have it on different right on. I'm sorry, guys. FER is really working out nice for me now. FER. So you've created a layout. You've got your layout where exactly as you want on your screen. So you can do this, file, save or share to cloud. Okay. So from the toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. Click on entire layout, and then give it a name. If Mo's layout, Mo's first layout, just give it a name that makes sense to you, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. Number one. I would also save individual scans that you created to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud, save it. The reason being is that you may, like I'm using this right now, but you know what? Maybe next week I get tired of it and I get rid of it, exit out, put something else in. But maybe 6 months from now, I say, I wonder how that one's doing. I can bring it back because I have it in the cloud. Okay. Now, the other thing you can do is save and then save your layout, file, save layout. And what'll happen, so when you save to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite. So for instance, if you've already got, say I've got this layout already saved to the cloud. Now I make a change. If I save it to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite the layout. It creates a new version of it, but it is timestamped. So if I ever do want to go back and say, maybe I should take a look at the one from, last week. Whereas if you file, save layout, here's my layout I'm using. Okay. If I say save, it's going to say, do you want to overwrite this layout? Not trying to confuse anybody, but I mean, it's always a great idea to save everything to the cloud though, because then it can't be lost. Also, saving things to the cloud, a layout to the cloud, if you go and buy a new computer, okay, buy a new computer, then all you have to do is download the program and then you can just file load from cloud. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Okay. It's very important to save your work because it's like any other software program. If you don't save your work, it's not going to remember. It's going to assume you didn't want to save whatever you did. Any of the changes that you might have made. It doesn't autosave. There's no autosave function that I'm aware of, Mercolis. I don't know, Mo, if you haven't done this, you really should do this, okay? I'll go to my homepage right now anyway. A lot of these questions are actually covered in these short videos. So the first thing, I'm going to go over my homepage and I'll talk about the videos that anybody who's brand new to trade ideas should be looking at. So if I click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see, and this promo code is still alive, guys. I'm not going to tell anybody; they have either forgotten to get rid of it, so it's still alive. So you can get 30% off for premium annual. You can get 20%, 22% off for premium monthly, and you can get 15. This is standard. This is sort of a standard discount. 15% off the first month only in a standard plan, and 15% off the annual standard. Okay, these are the ones that aren't usually around. And again, they were supposed to expire on the 14th, but they haven't. Can't guarantee they'll be still around tomorrow though. So all I ask, use my code, whatever the code is. I would save my homepage link. If you're going to save my homepage link, for those of you on YouTube, in case you don't know, there was a more, call it more advanced trading room, in that there are more traders in the room interacting with each other, and that's how you get in it. This is the trading room right here. If you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. And then again, those of you who come into the room all the time, you can save my homepage link, and here will be the link. And again, if you use my promos, company sees it enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Okay, it's really that simple. And if you scroll down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education area I was talking about, okay? You click on education, and right here, the getting started with trade ideas, introduction to charts as an example, okay? I'm sorry, right here, introduction to charts right here. What's it like, a top list window versus an alert window? Why would you use one over the other? Okay, so that is something mandatory. You have to do this. If you don't have trade ideas, you can start, and these are very short videos. There are only 12 of them. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start on the second video. And so you'll have 11 short videos to take a look at. That should give you an idea about whether this is the type of program you might want to try, even if it's just for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the scans that I'm sharing, and you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. Okay, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Just to cover a couple of them, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This race is the one you can see, or I'm sharing. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. Halts, resumes down here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing, and you can certainly take a look at them. Tools, okay, there you go. I didn't even know it existed. I think I sort of did, but I don't use it. Tools, options, layouts. Always save layout. Okay. I mean, I guess I just do it the old-fashioned way. So I guess, yeah. So it's just one. I guess it's just one other step. I just click on file. You have to click on file anyway, and then exit, and then it's just going to say yes or no. Yes or no. Do you want to load this the next time you load trade ideas? But okay. See, I don't. Yeah, I don't do it that because I get rid of I get rid of everything, and then the layout I want is what I use in the pre-market, and then that's what I save on, but okay, there you go. I would save things to the cloud also, as I said before, the cloud does not overwrite a previous layout, okay, that you saved. It'll be time-stamped. So if I save this layout to the cloud right now at 11:37 plus 8 seconds, and then in 5 minutes from now, I saved it again, I would see the time. So that's how I can go back, several days or several weeks if that's what I wanna do. So the AI doesn't do anything in the pre-market or after hours, Mo Money, okay? AI only starts working no earlier than 9:40. So the earliest trade we had or alert we had today was at 9:41. Next one was 9:43, then 9:46, and then after that, that's the earliest, and that's by design. Now, market direction, I mean, that's why I have my SPY chart, always up and running. Get an idea about what the overall market's doing. That's how I track it. Others might use the cues or, it's up to you. I just like to have the SPY up. Oh man, I have a feeling this really ran this PGNY. I saw that earlier. Yeah, saw it right around here. I can't test it on my end IQ. The reason being is that, this is hands-on. You've got to be hands-on and, what I do all day long, I cannot be hands-on because you got to manage those exits. So I just can't do it. Like yesterday, let's just see for argument's sake. I know I took some just to show people how it can work. Give me a moment. Sorry, I don't know you. Oh, I guess I got rid of them. Yeah, so I don't have anything in here. But you've got to manage the exits. What do I think about CCCC? Oh, I saw it earlier. Well, that's right. Well, the next high looking left, that's what you see, that's where it got to, right? 282. And what's the next high looking left? 283. So as we speak, that's what stalled it. Okay. Just even one day that high, that's what stalled it so far. Doesn't mean it's going to be stalled, obviously forever or even today. Let's see. But if I wanted to take this trade, I have a tough time taking the trade anyway because I don't like taking trades close to a whole number, but that's just me. That's some people find that ridiculous, and that's fine. But it does have room if it can get above that. The next high is 343. I mean, the trend is still strong. Look at a 15. Look at that blue wave. The blue wave here is still strong. Oh, owls halted on the way up this time. Scary, scary, guys. I don't know what the spread's been like. Well, based on your name, I think it's probably Iqbal, right? Just based, but IQ will give you a high. Your IQ will improve. So, staying alive in our YouTube room, should we be cautious with gold going up? Cautious in what respect? The fact that it's gone parabolic for the last year? I mean, I said this yesterday. Somebody asked me yesterday, what do I think about it? Well, I'm sure there are a lot of people that say, well, I guess we should actually look, it was more on a weekly chart. It looks even more dramatic. Yeah. So on a weekly chart, there could have been people that said, okay, I'm going to short it here. Well, no, I'm going to short it here, 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 here. I mean, yeah. Well, it used to be. I mean, it used to be the flight to safety and defense for years and years and years. That was the idea. I don't know how to read it now. I mean, the market is still making all-time highs. You might have thought here, okay, or here, or here, or here, or here, or here, right? That okay, I'm going to get out of the market now. Okay, now. Okay, you know what I mean? Well, you're doing the right thing though, Rittman. I mean, you got to test. I mean, the whole idea of the money market, the money machine really is to have your own strategy, okay? And test your own strategy and get comfortable with your own strategy. Yeah, we'll have some canned ones. I mean, which I think they're there so that people can at least have an idea about, how to at least start it, but then you should be importing your own strategies and testing them. So I think my FER trade is following this a little too closely now. So I'm out of it. Got out of it the minute the market started to turn a bit. Did okay. Well, there's no question then. I mean, listen, for months and months and months, years and years and years, I should say, gold was just, did absolutely nothing. I'm looking going back here, 2017, I get it, but did nothing. And all of a sudden, what do we this is 2023. So in 2 years, this is more than doubled. And that's what all those gold freaks were waiting for many years. So yeah, were they right? Yeah, eventually. So Rittman, so you are adding the S&P. So if you're taking a long, so are you really looking at larger cap stocks, Rittman? You must be, right? Yeah, because the S&P should really have no effect on these volatile stocks, within reason, unless the market is dropping 1,000. So, but yeah, definitely, yeah, the high beta, the larger cap stocks, I would say absolutely for sure. If you put and this is what Rittman is talking about. If I go to click on configure, search, see if it brings it up immediately. No, I could I'll go spy. There we go. Now you can. I don't know if you're using the SPY or NAS, but so the change in 5 minutes. Okay, so if you want to get into a long trade, and at the same time you want maybe the SPY to be moving higher, okay, at the same time. Now, it depends on what time frame you want to use, but I probably wouldn't use the change today because look what happens. I mean, the SPY is SPY is still up for the day, but we've had a lot of this was a pretty for how long now? That was 11:15 down to 12:45. So an hour and a half of almost straight down. So I would probably, I mean, it's up to you. I don't know if that's maybe you want the SPY to be positive, but then you also want it to be maybe up in the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes if you're going to get into. Depends how long you're holding. Oh, it's hard. Yeah, IQ. It changes. Depending on the market. Now, I can't say that there's any single one. If there was a long period of time for me that the volatile stocks were working very well for me, but I admit I'm struggling with the volatile stocks now. A lot of it is because I'm distracted. If I had to, if I were only going to one thing, it's very possible I would just use the biggest gainers from the start of the race. If I only had one thing to look at, not as volatile, very nice, and maybe my small gap breakout. I still love these though, you see? So Mo Money, there is a channel for the pre-market. You can, yeah, and Monica is making a great point because when we get into earnings season, there's going to be a ton of earnings plays. Remember this box here, guys. Couple of weeks from now, I will expand this box. I'm on a 32-inch monitor. I would not be able to fit all the stocks on here, okay, that are earnings plays. And that's kind of what happens when we get out of earnings season. Then traders have to turn to something else, okay, and that's the volatile stocks are. Though I have to admit, I think the volatile stocks are here to stay. It's just that what I find is that I am personally just not getting the follow through that I used to see on the volatile stocks. I'm not saying there are none. Of course, there are some. Is there a live channel for trade ideas pre-market, such as the one you're holding now? There is a channel, but I don't use it. But you can go here, yeah, Mo. So if you click on new and then click on dock to channel bar, not channel bar, click on dock to channel bar. This is what you're going to see. And if you scroll, click on the show more. And I think it's down near the, where are you? After hours. Okay, pre-market and after hours. So there's a pre-market channel and after hours channel, okay? Now I don't use this. I just have my own top list window that I use, two of them, pre-market actives up and down. If you don't want to go to a channel with all that information, if you just care about the ones that are moving higher or lower, you can go to my home page. You just click on my home page and scroll down. And here are my scans, and right here, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use. If you want to go to the channel, go ahead. But that's what I use, the pre-market actives up and down. And these are just two tree maps. Do I believe in the path of least resistance? What do you mean? I mean, I can read all the words, but what do you mean? Do I believe in it? I mean, obviously, if I'm looking at something to trade, I don't want to see any near-term resistance. Is that what you mean? I want to see. I want to have reasonable expectation that a stock can keep moving in the direction I want it to. Is that what you mean? I mean, I think that everybody would want that. This is somebody just in our YouTube room. Well, there's no way to filter it, unfortunately, staying alive. I do have this, and unfortunately, it has a custom filter in. I'm sure you've never made one before. When I get an alert here, and look at the last one was BHF, okay? When I get an alert, there I have a custom formula here. I wish we could just transport it to a top list also. And this is a custom formula that I created. And what that means is it means that when I get the alert, and it only works on new highs and new lows of the day. And so it looks left to see, okay, how far away I want the next low of the day, if I'm going short, to be at least $1 away, and if I'm going long, to be at least $1 away on the upside. Okay, so if you looked at this is at 1249, and you can see when you look left, obviously there's more than $1. Okay, there's more than $1. I wish we had a top list, a way of sorting in a top list overnight, and just showing those stocks. We just don't have it. Now, otherwise, I just eyeball it. I mean, I'm just eyeballing. Because when I click on an alert, I'll click on PGNY as an example. So now I can see what it looks like. Doesn't have enough room, for me. When I look at MGX, let's take a look at MGX. Now, see, when I look left, I don't see anything. So that's when I have to go look at a weekly chart. And then I can see, okay, the next high is up here at 4. So that's kind of what I'm doing. So that does not require a custom filter. It's just sort of looking at charts. But I do wish there was a way in top lists that we could, somehow do it. But it makes sense because the stock has to be making a new high of the day for then it to look left to see where the next high is. So I do understand on the daily chart. I do understand because in a top list, stock may be midway in the day's range. I'm sure Pepe could probably write a program that would do it, right, Pepe? With some great logic saying, okay, you clicked on this. Yes, it's not at the high of the day, but if it were and you looked left, is there room? So it'd have to look at the high of the day, no matter where it is in the daily candle. I mean, it's just a data point, and then look left. I've asked for that for years because it'd be great to be able to at the end of the day to have it create a top list and just put a filter in with that custom filter, and then just sort on it. And you could find the stocks that are like the stocks that are got lots and lots of room. Yeah. So anyway, staying alive, custom filters is something that I would say 99% of our customers do not do. It's an advanced topic. You don't have to learn, custom filters. But it allows you to take data points that we already have and kind of combine them to create kind of a new filter. Now, again, when you say you're brand new, when you say brand new, are you brand new to trading or just brand new to trade ideas? I'm talking to staying alive in our YouTube room. Doesn't look like ELWS is going to do it, guys. I was really hoping it would get over that VWAP, maybe have a late day run. It could still. Oh, okay. So you understand. You've got understanding of filters and what you like to see. Hopefully, okay. So did you take a look at those short videos though? The 12 short videos at least to get you started. I'm talking to staying alive in our YouTube room. Yep, IVF is moving like mad here now. Well, if somehow it can get over 227, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, if this news is still kind of relevant. You can see there's a couple of weekly highs right there. But nothing like crawling off 66 cents earlier this week. Well, today, never mind earlier this week. Today, I'm making a nice 132%. Mhm. So these are races, Mo. How you make use of them, of course, is again, it's going to be up to you. But the races are, I think they're beneficial for people who are new, or even if people aren't new, because it automatically creates a top list window or top list, a watch list for you that you can follow these stocks all day long. But the idea behind it is that, and this is all customizable as well as the time that I'm talking about. I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable. And so what it's showing you right now is that since the race started, this IVF has moved the most, 5.28%. No, this is mine. You can have this one, okay, Mo. This is one that I'm actually sharing on my homepage. Everything you see here is these are all mine. I mean, mine. I'm willing to share them, but these are all things that I've created. So if you go to my homepage, you can probably start off with this one if you want. And you click on my homepage link and go down until you see the scan section. And there it is. Biggest gainers from the start of the races right here. Now, how you use it, again, it's going to be up to you. I mean, there's no, okay, I see this at the top. I just take the trade. I see this one. I take the trade. I take the trade. Obviously, if it were that simple, I wouldn't be doing this every day. But, this is now showing me that this one has moved since the race started 10%. And you can see what it's done since the race started. APLM, this was a big one from yesterday. APLM is in second place and it has moved 4%. Okay, I don't know where it started from that 4%, but so this is just showing you active stocks. And what happens is I start running this at 9:30. You could run it in the pre-market and keep going, even when after 9:30. I just choose to start it at 9:30. That's just what I like to do. And so since then, these are the top 10 stocks that have won races. You can see ELWS won 18 races today. That's why, it was one to keep following all day long. IVF has just won 6, this RE won 5, etc. Automatically, a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races. And the reason these stocks are showing up here is because if I right click in the body of the race, I have a pop-up, I open the top list, and that's why these stocks have been generated from this list of stocks that I've got here. And this list of stocks is made up of, if I right click and configure, again, remember, all customizable, all customizable. So if I click on this, I want to see stocks between 1 and 50, minimum volume of 200,000 shares, and 2% from the close, up at least. Well, Mo, do you know how to load a link? Like I'm putting these links in. Do you know how to load maybe you don't know how to load a link when you see it. Is that really the question? I just want to keep going. So this is what I want to see. Okay. This is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be, I'm talking in general, what you want to see. Maybe you want to have a different price range or anything else. Staying alive. If you want to try races, maybe you want to add some filters that you like. And then you get to see stocks you want to see. And what happens is, this is this list of stocks now, and I've cut it off at 50 stocks just because I want to. What happens is, when the race starts, it takes 30 seconds to kind of rev up. When the race starts, all it looks for is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. So it could be some stock down here. Could be a stock still near the high of the day. Or not up the most. This is not necessarily at the high of the day. This is just, I've sorted on this change from the close column. So it's telling me that IVF is up 154%. It's the one that's up the most from yesterday with the filters that I'm using. But what the race does, which is really cool, is it Hertz, for instance, here it is, 7.1% from yesterday's close. What if, for whatever reason, Hertz started to move? It's up 7%, 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list of stocks. Okay. Well, how would you ever know that? But that's what the race does for you. It doesn't make an alert. You're eyeballing this, obviously. I mean, because first of all, a new leader, because it's just like any other race, right? Staying alive. I mean, there's a jockeying for position over the 4 minutes. So what I do is typically I will just click on, if a stock is leading a race, I'll click on it to see what's happening. I'll also click on something that maybe I haven't seen before. After staring at this all day, I have an idea about what stocks have made it in this list. And I might click on NIVF. I'm not saying that is one, and just see what's happening. Okay. I would click on anything that's won races before, see what's happening with it. Maybe it's just resting, MGX. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's just hovering over the VWAP. Maybe later on in the day, well, we're already at 2:00. Maybe it gets rolling again. I mean, maybe you put a price alert at some level that you think, you know what, if it takes that out, I want to know about it. So when people say, well, how do you use it? I mean, now, Mo, to answer your question, when you say, where do you open them from? So I just put my homepage link in again. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're seeing. Well, scroll down, sorry. Here are my scans. So if you wanted this on your screen, okay, you have to click on open scan. These are all clickable. That's why how I'm sharing them. So you click on it, open the scan, click on open scan. Now it depends on your browser. I think it's going to overwrite this. Sometimes it depends on your browser setting. It could create a new tab, but I'm going to click on it, open scan, and see Here it is. There is the link right there. So what you do now is, like most, you just highlight it, left click on your mouse and drag it, drag it, drag it. So once it's all highlighted, then you copy the link. So on your keyboard, just click Control Copy, Control C. So now that link is copied. Okay. Next step, you go to our toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud. Basically, what's happened is it's copied into the cloud. Now you want to load it from the cloud. File, Load from Cloud. And you see that string right here ending in ED561, ED561. There it is. If you've done it correctly, this box will be full, will have populated with this string. And then you click load, and now it's on your screen. Okay, now it loaded on my other monitor, but there it is. That's the same for any link in my homepage. Okay. Yeah, so the AI, you can put a sound alert. Yeah, so with our alert windows, like here, the AI, your price alerts, you can put a sound alert. Okay. If I right click and click on action, so I right click on this, and this is the same for an alert window, not a top list window though, okay, but an alert window and the AI. So if I right click on it and then click on actions, you just follow these directions. You click on the play sound, set up the sound. Now, text to speech. So you can have two different, you can have female or male, and or you can have two different windows with one with a female voice, one with a male voice. If you want it to be, if you want the symbol to be read out to you. Okay. Otherwise, you don't have to do that. Otherwise, you can click on use custom sound and check select sound. And then we have three folders here. These three folders have a series, a bunch of sound alerts. Okay, these are all the different sound alerts in that folder. You could click on one. I'll click on Hallelujah. Left click on it to highlight it. You open it. You can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window that you started the exercise from. And of course, the whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on the different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So the answer to your question, Mo Money, is yes. When if something new showed up, and typically we don't get very many in the afternoon. I'm not saying it'll never happen. So you just so are you okay, Malik? Are you talking about if you take my scan or anything from me, or if you have the AI, then just save it, save your layout, and then that it'll you don't have to do it every single time. So let's just say you have my biggest gainers from the stock from the start of the race. It's on your screen right now. Just no, what scan did I just create? Are you talking about the biggest gainers from the start of the race? The one I showed that's on my homepage and how you can load it to get it onto your screen? Is that what you meant? Well, I think Mo was talking about this, okay? If you were talking about this, the AI, this I did not create this. I mean, this is just you have to be a part of our premium service, okay? And it's just one of you just load it. If you have our premium service, you just click on new, and then the middle one here. That's we have three that start off with premium AI. You click on the premium AI strategy window, and so I didn't create it so much as this just is part. This is just the AI. You just wait for the alerts to happen. But if you have the premium service, then you take this window, have it on your screen, and then save your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. You don't have to load this every day. Just make it part of your layout. And anything that you create, or if you take from me, you make it. You just create like keep it as part of your layout. File. You can what I like to, I mean, you should really save, especially at the beginning. File, save, or share to cloud, and you see where it says entire layout. Just click on it, give it a name. Malik's layout, October 16. Give it a name and then save it. So now it's in your cloud. Unless you really make an effort to get rid of it, it'll always be in the cloud for you. And then the other thing you can do is, again, if you want to have the same layout basically all the time that you're going to be running every day, if you click on File and then Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout? And we'll exit for you. Do you want to load this layout that you see, though, the next time you load Trade Ideas? And if you say yes, then when you can, so it'll exit the program. Then when you enter the program again, your layout will be here. That's the least you can do. File, exit, probably say yes. Okay. So yeah, you don't have to go through the exercise of when you load something from my one of my layouts. If you like it, you don't have to do that every single day. No, you just, if you like it, then you just incorporate it as part of your layout. You may have some charts that you've created. Maybe you've created your own scans, and then you just save your entire layout. Market's getting a little ugly, isn't it? I mean, it's still up, but we had this little pop here, but now we're still fade mode. Okay, guys. Well, again, I love questions. If you have questions, keep them coming. I usually stop around 2, but as always, I'll hang around for questions. Trade ideas. I mean, I know a lot of people find trade ideas can be kind of complicated. Okay, it doesn't have to be. I mean, if you do a few things over and over again, like save your work, save your layout, save your scans to the cloud, things like that, you do it enough times, it becomes second nature. What trade ideas what trade ideas does not do, though, it doesn't teach you how to trade. It generates ideas. That's why the program is called Ideas, Trade Ideas. You still have to have an understanding of when, if you get, and your ideas are generated from things you probably want to see because you have created like the price range you like and the minimum volume, all those things. You have control over all that. And again, if you take anything from me, you can always make an adjustment. Maybe you look at some of my scans and say, well, I don't like that price range. Fine, change it. You can make changes. This just happens to be what I want to see. Okay, so okay, can you hear me, Mo? And are you watching what I'm going to do? I know we have a slight delay in YouTube, but an 8-second delay. So I'm just waiting for you to say yes before I continue. Hmm. Okay, so in the body, just right click and go to actions. You know what? This is all in the guide too. So I'll do it, but we have so much in the guide, and this is why I'm going to direct you to the guide, is because everything I say, oops, okay, not that, sorry. That was the cloud link. Just give me a moment. So again, go to my homepage. So go to my homepage, okay? I'm just showing you this because this is your reference, because you may forget, okay? And go to the go to the education section, click on more info. And you see at the top here, we have the user guide. So for instance, everything I talked about with the stock racing is right here. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, but we have sound alerts, okay? Sound alerts. So I'm going to go over it, but there's your reference. So if you forget, man, I can't remember what he said. Here's your reference in the guide for sound alerts, okay? So So if I right click in the body of it, I go to actions, the box pops up, I go to actions, I check play sound, set up you basically just follow the instructions, set up the sound, okay? And I said, you can go text to speech. So if you want the symbol read out to you, you can do that. And you just say that. And if you pick female or male voice, and you just say, you can play it. But if you can hear, it's not going to read out it's just going to say something. She or he is going to say testing. So you know it's working. Then you just say, okay, a couple of times. And then that gets attached, okay, to the window. Otherwise, go to actions, play the sound, set up the sound. So if you don't care about text to speech, then click on use custom sound and then select sound. And we have 3 folders that have been created for you. Each folder, I'll click on Mad Money, just left click on it, and this will pop up. These are all different sounds. Okay. So you can pick one, left click on Gong as an example and open it and then play it. And you'll hear the sound. And if you like the sound, then you say, okay, a couple of times, and then it gets attached to that window. Okay. And that's the whole idea of sound alerts, is to have a different sound alert for the different windows that you've got. You obviously don't want to have the same sound alert on each window. Otherwise, when you hear the sound, you won't know which window to look at. Good. When is that part coming? What do you mean by that? Well, there is actually a way in which you can create all your own sound alerts. You just have to put them into that folder. So I know some people do. We have a lot of sound alerts. So I've never done it. I don't care about customizing it to but there is a way in which you can create a bunch of sound alerts, put them into that. So as long as you put the sounds in here in this string, you can create a folder and put them all in, or I guess individuals. But I mean, we've got so many. I mean, there's so many different sound alerts. But we might even have we have a rooster, we have the cuckoo. Just going to look at the animals we've got. No dog barking. It can be done. Yes, you just have to put it into that area. When is that part coming? What does that mean, Mike? What does that mean? Oh, I see. I see. Okay. See, I have to take everything anybody says. I have to take it as if it's a serious question. So now, guys, I actually have to get out of here. I actually be somewhere at 12:20 my time in about an hour. So I actually do have to get out of here now. Also, tomorrow will be a short day for me. I'm going to have to stop at 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock Eastern time. So I'll probably won't take a break. I'll probably go right to 1 o'clock. Then I have to go again. That's a secret, William. You know what I'm doing today, though? Only William knows my calendar. So, guys, thanks for all the help. I love the questions. Keeps me motivated to keep in the room, definitely. So, again, thanks for all the help. Tomorrow, Obi will open the room at the main room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I'll open the YouTube room at about anywhere between 8:30 and 8:40. And then I get on the mic at 9. Okay. And we do it all over again. And William says he's going to keep the main room open until 3:45 ish. So if you guys want to head over, those of you who are in YouTube, If you click on my homepage link, I just put that in there. If you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, you see where it says trading room? That's how you get into what I call the main room, okay? There's more action in there. Lot more traders are in that room, okay? Okay, guys, so I'm gonna mute myself now in the main room, and I do have to shut down YouTube completely. So I'm gonna mute myself now in the main room, stop the screen sharing. And now for YouTubers, I do have to stop now.